Good afternoon and welcome to Moments with Pastor E. This is Pastor Idris Webb coming to you from the lovely, lovely city of Randolph, Massachusetts. It is such a beautiful afternoon. Oh my gosh, it feels like we haven't entered fall yet. But be careful. In a few days, it's gonna be cold again. So watch out how you dress because we can overdo it sometimes and then we get sick and all that stuff. So anyway, welcome to the program. It's another Saturday afternoon here with Pastor E, and as you all are aware, this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As a matter of fact, someone else coined it as Breast Health Awareness Month. So she calls it BAM. Okay. So it's just putting, a positive spin. Instead of saying breast cancer, we're going to say breast health. And so, we have on Moments with Pastor E just, dedicated this entire month. Our hearts go out to those who have lost loved ones to this disease. This is the second leading cause of cancer in women in the United States. And so a lot of people have died. The great strides have been made in medicine, but still people continue to succumb to this disease. We thank God for those who have survived and those who are in the process of treatment, whether chemo, radiation, whatever it is. We continue to pray for you. Father, we just thank you for this opportunity to just come before your people. We give you honor, we give you praise, for this is the day that you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for life, we thank you for strength, and we thank you for health. In Jesus' name, amen. So, Breast Health Awareness Month. And we can't stress enough how early detection saves lives. So if you're on the fence, you haven't had your mammogram, you've never done one, you have no intentions of doing one, I'm going to encourage you to please do, because it will surely save your life if something is detected early. Don't wait until when you hear the dreaded words that you have metastatic breast cancer, stage 4 cancer. It's already in your lymph nodes, it's already metastasized all over your body. Don't wait for that dreaded moment. I'm not here to scare you, but as a woman, I'm here to tell you that lives have been saved because people took matters in their hands and they decided, I am going to take control of my body. As we always say to you, you get to do this once. We don't get to do it over your second or third time. We come through this path once. So let's take care of our bodies, and part of our taking care of our bodies is taking care of breast health. Last week I gave you the statistics that it said that in 2022, 290,000 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. 290,000, that's staggering. And so it's out there, it's prevalent, it's something that women live with. As long as we have breasts, there's a possibility that we can have breast cancer. And the men too. It's not just a woman's disease. There's a small percentage of men who do suffer from breast cancer. But since I'm speaking to the woman, I want you to take your health in your hand and get your mammogram. Talk to your primary care physician if you've never done it. There's nothing to fear. It's an easy exam. You're in, you're out, but it will save your life. So this afternoon, enough said, I have with me a very special person. And I always say my guests are special because they all are special to me. And I have with me today the lovely Miss Victoria Fabo. Hi, Victoria.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I'm doing well.
It's so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you. Welcome to Moments with Pastor E. So, you know what? I am not going to tell you too much about Victoria. I'm going to let Victoria introduce herself to you. I'm just going to tell you, Victoria is somebody I worked with very briefly. How
Yeah.
long did you work at my place?
6 months.
6 months? Yeah, that's long enough to
Yeah.
get to know you. I feel like I know you very well
I think
in
so.
6 months. I'm sure you feel the same way, Victoria. So Victoria, oh, she is such a sweetheart, and she has done a lot of studies around food and nutrition and all that stuff. I'm going to let you introduce herself, and then we'll segue into what questions we want to ask her.
Sounds great. Hi, I'm Victoria Fabo. I'm a registered dietitian. I actually have my associates in baking and pastry and my bachelor's in culinary nutrition from Johnson & Wales University. And then I went to grad school at University of Massachusetts in Lowell campus, and I have my master's in public health, and I'm a registered dietitian from there. And I did work with Miss Idris. I work in long-term care facilities, but I also audit assisted livings, adult day health programs, and anywhere else that you might want to be. Now I'm working into transitioning to auditing gluten-free facilities, so it's something else I'm trying out.
Oh, wow, wow. And something she didn't tell you, Victoria actually ran for Miss Massachusetts back in March, right?
In March, yes.
Yes.
USA pageant, yep.
USA pageant. She didn't win, but let me tell you what a transformation
Yes.
it has done for Victoria. Since then, Victoria has been on the world stage. Okay? So the other day, I was looking at pictures of you in Cape Verde, right? Oh my goodness. So going from Miss Massachusetts,
Yes.
To modeling over in Cape Verde. I mean, this girl is just all over the place on every platform, that's open to her. She's there.
And it's thanks to you. Yes, because you're the one who helped me find Damos Boutique in Dorchester.
That's right.
Right?
That's
I was
right.
asking, I want a fashion designer for my own gown, and you sent me to them.
Oh, wow. See, it's good to have connection. And I didn't know this woman. I just knew of her through Amelia.
Right.
And so Victoria was looking for someone to do her fancy dresses for the pageant, and I said, why don't you try this lady? And they've made such a connection because she does fashion shows, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So since then, Victoria's on all this women's stage doing this, travel to Cape Verde with her, and that's awesome. So you've now made a lifeline connection.
Yes.
That's good. Thank God.
Thank God.
If I can help somebody along the way, then my living
You did.
not be in vain. Oh my goodness. So how was that trip to Cape Verde?
Well, the trip there was very long, but once I was there, it was lovely. And I don't know about you, but I love eating grilled octopus. So the food, I did not have one bad meal.
Okay.
And I just ate it as often as I could. And my favorite was eating mangoes like a kid with the juice dripping down your face and your arms, and I was in heaven.
You're a tropical girl. Because when I go home, I tell people all the time, when I go home to Montserrat, my sister knows that the first thing you have on that table when I get inside is a bowl of mangoes. I don't care about the food. The last time I went, I ate so many mangoes. When I came back, I was literally sick.
Oh.
Yeah, I was literally, because my blood sugar spiked.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
right.
it was awful. But I didn't care.
No.
My sister would say, "Stop eating so many mangoes." I said, No, because when I get back to Boston,
Right.
the mangoes are not the same. Oh my goodness. So you had kachupa?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, I did that a lot when I was there.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
Oh.
Yeah, but
You put anything in front of me, I'm gonna eat it.
oh, you're one of those people. You're a
I love
foodie.
eating. Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Like my second daughter, Nicola, she eats all that. She's a big foodie.
Yes.
So she was the first one that introduced me to kachupa. And I was like, what in the world is this? I'm not eating this. Bye. Bye. So I didn't eat it. But she loves it. And she's a foodie like you. So if you want to know what restaurant you need to eat and where's good and what, if she tells you someplace is good, you can go. She has a very sharp palate, you know. She's.
I'm gonna have
So
to call her.
I think that's where you're heading,
Yeah.
Victoria. So I have to ask you though, because this is something I learned after you sent me the bio, that you actually went to Johnson and Wales,
Yes.
one of those elite culinary schools in the United States. If you go to Johnson and Wales, I think you made it in the culinary world. So what
I ate
made?
a lot.
Huh?
Well, I ate a lot, which was great.
Oh my goodness. So what led you to culinary school?
So my parents have, well, they had their own restaurant, Italian restaurant.
Okay.
My dad made the pizzas, and my mom made the sauce and parmesans and things like that. And so, having that restaurant background, like when I was from 5 to 10 years old, and just working in the restaurants, like when I was growing up as a teenager and things. And then I was like, all right, let me get into school. And then when I went to Johnson and Wales, my mom would only let me go an hour, so that's why I went there. And I realized I couldn't bake forever because I couldn't condone giving people sweet things that I love to eat all the time
Oh my goodness.
without thinking of their whole body and nutrition.
Okay. You're such a dietitian.
So I transitioned there. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So did you think that you would get into the restaurant business when you went to Johnson and Wales? Did you think that was something that you would have done?
Yes. I interned at like Legal Harborside for 3 years when I was in college, and then I went to Boston Children's Hospital, and I was working there in the food service, and I thought I'd continue, but I realized it wasn't serving my purpose that I needed to find, so that's why I kept transitioning.
Okay. And then you did your master's in public health.
Yes.
And now you're a registered dietitian. That's how I met you. You were the dietitian at my place. And now you want to transition again into what?
So now I'm auditing for gluten-free facilities to make sure
Gluten-free. Okay.
So those who have celiac disease, when they see the logo, they know that they can safely eat the product and they won't be harmed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say, what establishments would you be doing that at?
So I fly to different plants. I fly to different plants. I fly to different states to audit different plants and make sure they're following the procedures and policies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gluten free? Are you vegan? What?
Oh,
What?
No, I can't be vegan.
You can't be vegan.
I like lamb and rabbit too much. So.
You love to eat, so you could never be vegan. A friend of mine was taking me out last weekend for my birthday, and she tried to get me to go to her friend's vegan restaurant somewhere in Commonwealth Ave.
Yeah, of course.
And she said, well, can we try vegan? I said, try what? I said, no, we're not doing. If you're taking me out, and this is the tail end of my birthday celebration, which was in May.
I was gonna say, but okay. I love that you do that.
It's a celebration that never ends.
Good.
So she's been trying to take me out, but every weekend it was something. So then finally she said, okay, we're going this weekend. Okay, so.
And we're going to vegan.
And we're going to do vegan. I said, no, we're not doing vegan. She said, why not? Why can't you try?
Yeah.
I said, because I know what vegan is. I do not want to eat vegan. I can go out and have a burger if I want, whatever. I am not going. So we ended up going to Bertucci's, Italian. Yep. Eating all the good bread and all that stuff. So, oh my goodness. So Victoria, on a more serious note.
Okay.
We're talking this month so much about breast cancer. And one of the things that I learned is that it's very important what you put in your body. You just said, you couldn't condone the fact that you're giving people all this sweet and all this stuff to eat when
Yes.
you know exactly what it's doing to their bodies.
Right.
And the studies show that it's very important. Your diet is important if you're going to have good breast health.
Yeah. Right.
And not only breast health, good health
Yeah.
overall.
Right.
We have to learn how to eat.
Mhm.
Speak to that a little bit as a dietitian.
Okay. My first thing that I like to just throw out always is, would you ever eat 3 apples in a day? I know we were
Is
talking
that a
about
trick
eating.
question?
No, it's not a trick question. Like, I would only eat 1 apple in a day, right? So I wouldn't have 3 glasses of apple juice in a day, right?
Right.
So I kind of start of it that way. So, like, if I'm not going to have 3 glasses of juice, which is full of sugar, and then segue it into different, like, beverages you might want, because there's so many options out
Yes.
there right now.
Yes.
But what's actually, like, in those beverages, I don't really know. And some of them are chemicals that are added for flavor and taste, right? Naturally or artificially flavored. So if you keep consuming those, who knows what's happening?
Right.
So adding those chemicals into our bodies, we don't really know everything that's going on. So that can lead to other things, because the chemicals in our body, and then cancer could happen and things like that. And then adding any extra sugars. And then I always say anything that's hydrogenated, which people are like, what is that? So that's pretty much just air being added to a product. I take margarine, for example. They add air to it, they hydrogenate it. That's a chemical being put into it. You're spreading it on your bread, you're enjoying it.
And you're ingesting
And
that.
you're ingesting it, but hydrogenation is man-made trans fats.
Oh my.
And then fats are made. So all of this just starts to slowly build up in our body, and we just take it like with a grain of salt, like, oh, it's okay to do today, but throughout it, I always think of like the long term, right? And same as any, like, the Reese candy bar, or any candy bar that isn't real cacao bean chocolate, I wouldn't necessarily say is the best, because how is it being manufactured? How's it being processed? And actually just being processed alone is just something in itself, like, maybe not the best. Because how long are all those products being stored on a shelf to be put together to make a product that you're then going to consume on a late night, when you're just sitting there, and then you're going to go to sleep and your body's not able to metabolize what you just processed because you're on bed.
Wow. And knowledge is powerful, because a lot of times we do things and we think we're doing the right thing. I'm going to give you a prime example. So one place that I worked, they used to order tilapia by the boxes. And so for me, it was very inexpensive when they placed in the order to place an order for me, because I would pay half
Right.
what I would pay in the store.
Right.
And so I was, bringing home all these boxes of 40-piece boxes of tilapia, and we were consuming them. And finally, my daughter did a study, and she said, Mom, tilapia is one of the worst fish that you can eat, because it has carcinogens. I said, say what? You're telling me that the food that I'm eating, the fish, because everybody's like, oh, fish is healthy.
Yeah, right.
You know what I
right.
mean? And you're telling me that fish can potentially kill me. And she said, well, I can show you the study. And we have not had tilapia since then. So what makes stuff like tilapia so dangerous for people, as opposed to the fresh fish? You have the farm raised, and you have the wild, and this, and
Yeah, it's all about the sourcing, right?
okay.
So there's actually an app, I don't remember the name, but there's an app that will tell you where fish is being coming from, and what quality it is for you as a human to consume, because of mercury levels or things like that. So carcinogens can be entered from the fish normally by, like, the water that they're surrounded in, because that's their environment. So when they say there's a big, huge plastic dump in the middle of the Pacific Ocean somewhere, so those carcinogens, but those chemicals are leaching out from the products and going into the water. So, and So that's what we have to be mindful of too. Is like we're also hurting our marine life, and we have to be taking care of the marine life because it helps. Well, it helps nurture us, right?
Right,
When we
right.
want to consume it. So
Yeah.
it is like wild, fresh, farm raised, so those different things. So of course you're like, I want the most local fresh, which in Cape Verde I got all the fresh fish I wanted.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. When you're home, yes.
right? But then it's unfortunate that like in America perhaps, or even if you're in a landlocked state, you can't get that fresh fish.
Right.
And so I know it's like
Everything
you have
is
to do your
important.
research.
Everything is
Everything.
imported from somewhere, God knows where.
Right.
So, explain to folks what's the difference between the salmon that's farm raised and the wild catch?
So
Because there's a marked difference in price.
yeah. Right.
So,
right.
explain to folks and which is the better kind.
Okay. So kind of like how, if you ever watch any chicken documentary, how they're raised like forced in a small space
Yes.
and live that way.
Mhm.
Fish is kind of the same way when it's farm raised. So they're in a more condensed area. The fish are swimming around, but they might not have as much space to be moving in, right? So anything that's wild, it's technically almost like a leaner fat or a leaner protein source because it's able to move around, spread its wings, and swim a lot more. And because of that, it's a better choice being wild caught than farm raised. Also, we're not sure exactly what they're feeding them always, so you have to think of that. But then sometimes in wild animals, there could be eating plastic that was just found in the river or found in the ocean or something like that too. So
So,
it's like,
how can we be ever sure?
honestly,
How can we?
I don't know. I know. It's really hard.
Yeah. And you spend almost $4 or $5 more a pound for the
Yeah.
wild
Yeah,
than the farm raised.
right.
But I won't buy the farm raised. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't be 100% sure that the wild is really the wild. But
Right. But
what can we do?
do our best.
We do our best. Right.
Like you said.
So, speak to somebody out there who's on the fence and who doesn't quite understand the correlation between foods and our body.
Mhm.
Especially this month, we're talking about breast cancer. What are the foods that we definitely need to avoid, Miss Dietitian? And what are the foods that we need to build up ourselves on?
Okay, so there's food for our soul, and then there's also food for ourselves that are going to nurture our body. Like food for our soul is like, I tell everybody, like, I personally gained 15 pounds during COVID because I ate ice cream like
think
almost every
everybody
day.
did.
Yeah. So I was definitely feeding my soul
Yes.
in eating ice cream. So also, what's nutrient dense foods are, like you want your fruits, your vegetables, your lean protein sources. So any product that is not. So like any of the fast food chains where people are like, it's quick and it's easy and it's right there. And I totally get that. But also you can get like frozen vegetables. You can get, even if you need to get frozen fish, because it is more budget friendly. And you can make something like that, or like some potatoes or something. So I always think about, yes, it's convenient, and I get that, but also trying to bring the kids back into the kitchen with you. There's like a mom, I always try to suggest like having the kids help, depending on their age, where they can help in the most, and getting them to touch the food, because then they're going to want to eat it, and then that will get them more involved. So, yeah.
And we're such a busy society, fast society. So, fast food
Yes.
is the thing that we gravitate to,
Yes.
and it's not the best for us.
Yeah.
God knows what's inside
Yeah.
these burgers, these chicken nuggets.
Oh.
And we're consuming all this stuff,
Mhm.
and it's so important that we take care of our body, what we put in our body. And mind you, listeners, I'm not judging anybody. I'm not,
No.
because there are days when
Convenience.
I don't eat right myself, but I've been trying
Yeah.
to do better.
Yeah.
Now, how does age relate to your diet and breast cancer and all that other stuff?
Our age, well, as we age, right, we're losing muscle mass. So I always like to remind, like my residents or participants, that as we're aging, our body without our consent is giving away like muscle mass. So we have to make sure that we're eating our protein sources. So chicken, turkey, fish, whatever you want to consume. You want to eat as much fresh as you can. I always favor, if you can't get fresh, get frozen, just because if you do eat canned products, then it has more sodium in it, and you have to really make sure you rinse it out. Because even what's I'm thinking sodium for like hypertension, so maybe not necessarily with breast cancer, but breast cancer you just have to feed for yourself, because anything that is processed like fast food or anything, or chips, cookies, anything of that sorts, that's just, it's been processed, it's been on the shelves for a really long time, and then you're consuming it, and like I said, it's like that's soul food. It's not really nourishing your body. And I mean that because our brains get foggy when we're not eating what we're supposed to.
Okay.
Like when I eat too much chips or anything, like my head might get funny. I always try to think of how can I avoid any GI upset. So I feel like that, taking those symptoms in consideration, people might understand that that is affecting their body as well. I always think of, and if I'm getting a headache, if I'm getting like jaw pain from just eating too much of something, and just trying to think of our GI systems, especially if anybody who has IBS and not really knowing it, irritable bowel syndrome, and just realizing that if they're eating the processed foods, their body's absorbing what too. Because I always think of our intestines and our villi in our intestine absorb micronutrients. And if you're eating processed foods, your body's not absorbing any micronutrients, which isn't really benefiting like your nail or your hair, because that's where we need micronutrients for, and for everything else. But to really feed our body with fruits and vegetables, because then our body can absorb those micronutrients and enjoy it.
Yeah, but we always tend to gravitate to the worst things for us because they taste good.
Right.
You tell me to eat lots of fruits and vegetables. Sometimes that becomes so boring and whatever. But what I've found not recently, but we've been doing this for a while at home, is you may not want to pick up an apple and eat it. You may not want to eat a peach.
Yeah.
You may not want to eat papaya. But you have your bullet, you got your blender, whatever. Just make that smoothie, because that smoothie with some, you may not want to eat spinach either.
Right.
But just toss the spinach in there with your banana and all that stuff, and I find that so satisfying, especially first thing in the morning.
Yes.
Because it keeps you, you're not that hungry at lunchtime. I know for me, at lunchtime, I don't feel that famished, like I need to eat the whole world.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So talk about the importance of water too, because water, lots of people do not like water.
I know. Drives me bonkers.
Yeah. And one time I didn't like water either.
Those people exist.
Yes, because coming from the islands, we didn't necessarily like water. We like juices. If we're thirsty, we drink juice.
Right.
And that doesn't quench our thirst. You realize that? So you're consuming more sugar, trying to. But now I've been converted. So now I drink a lot more water.
Well, good job. That's not easy. I know, that's what I get all the time. I always ask people, how are you doing with your fluids? And they're, I don't like that, so they'll drink soda or something else.
Gosh.
But, like I always say, like Fruit 2.0 and things like that, how is that? It's still white, Fruit 2.0, right? Like, I meant clear, right? So it looks like water, but how's that taste in there, right? We don't know. I don't know what chemicals are being added.
Right.
So, like, those different chemicals you're absorbing and whatever they're doing in your body. I also like to tell people, like soda, doesn't Coca-Cola clean rust?
Yes.
So I don't know what it's doing in my insides, right? like,
that's scary.
right?
That is a scary thought, and I never thought of it like that. I always think of Coca-Cola, you know, all the sugar
Yeah. Oh,
and the
oh
other
yes.
chemicals that are in there.
Right.
That's how I think about it. But never thought, oh my gosh, they actually use it to clean rust. So what is it doing to my, oh my goodness, my digestive system?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well,
So,
I don't
I
I
know.
don't drink soda. But even people are fooled too by the diet sodas.
Yes. Yes. And
Talk about that.
yeah, I like. So water, if you can do it, like if you think to drink like at least 4 ounces every hour, preferably a little bit more. But if you can just like think to like just chug that down, then it's good for your skin and everything. So not non diet soda is using sugar alcohol. So our body registers sugar, and we have insulin, right, that our body produces to break down the sugar in our bodies. And when people are diabetic, they're told to drink diet soda because the sugar alcohol that is in the diet soda, your body doesn't register, so it doesn't elevate your blood sugars as much as regular soda would. So that's kind of it. But what's a sugar alcohol? For me, or for many, when you have sugar alcohols, you have a lot of GI discomfort. So I really try to avoid that as much as possible. I don't want bloating,
Yeah.
diarrhea, constipation.
Right.
So, or really, sugar alcohol is more diarrhea. But just things like that, I try to be mindful of, and just wanting to consume as much water as I can so I can alleviate those symptoms.
And when I hear of alcohol, sugar, alcohol, it's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
why do I really want that?
Right.
Um, but it's just what we've grown accustomed to,
Mhm.
and for us, it's like trying to break that habit, because some of us can live longer, more productive lives if we just watch what we eat.
Yeah.
I'm talking like I'm the dietitian. You're the
Okay.
dietitian.
I follow whatever you say,
I've
Miss
learned
Universe.
I've learned a lot from you here, honey. What about fried foods? Fried foods, because we love the fried, we love
Yeah.
the grease, we love the
Yeah.
fat.
Yeah. And how's your stomach later? I always think about that.
Oh
um,
my gosh, I know.
I hate having to leave a restaurant and unbutton my pants in the car. Does that make sense?
It does.
So if I eat anything greasy like that, I know I'm gonna be like immediately bloated, and then who knows what's gonna happen later. And I know some people can just like toughen it out with their
Yeah.
GI symptoms, but I try to avoid that. So I
Yeah.
try to drink water
Uh,
and just
And
mitigate it.
GI symptoms, they're not, because I had problems with my GI system earlier this year, and it's not pretty.
No.
It is really not pretty. It's very painful, and
Yeah.
I had to be put on double antibiotics for 2 weeks
And then
because
what does that do to your system?
yeah, you know what I mean.
Right.
Exactly. Taking the
Yeah.
antibiotics, that's
Yeah.
healing one thing but breaking down another.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Miss Victoria,
Yes.
I want you to look in the camera and talk to somebody out there who talk to our women about their diet and how important it is, especially in this time, in this October, and not just October, but
Yeah.
beyond our whole life.
Right.
When we have to think about all these different cancers that we have to fight, the uterine, the colon, the breast cancer,
Yeah.
the all kinds of cancer. Speak to somebody about the importance of food as it relates to staying healthy.
Well, food is medicine, right? So we have to really think of it that way. I'm not just saying eat fruits and vegetables just for like fun, but you also can make food fun. I used to eat Brussels sprouts with just butter as a kid growing up, and it used to drive me bonkers. But taking the time to like be in the kitchen and learning how to like roast Brussels sprouts and make them taste yummy, so you can make it adventurous. You can make it fun. You don't have to just do what your mom might have taught you or your grandmother, which of course you need to listen to those foundations. But sometimes you can take a little leeway and eat what you need to feed your body. and reminding yourself to like look at the back of the nutrition label, which nobody ever wants to do. That serving size is there for a reason. I used to eat Ben and Jerry's pints and think I was just eating the serving size calorie, finding out that's only for like a fourth of a cup. So just being mindful of like what you're consuming, maybe portioning out, which is really important, even if you're having just like pasta or whatever, everything. Just kind of portion it out and see what you need to do to make your body feel better. And start off smaller, and always drink a glass of water when you're eating, if possible, or some warm water to help with your digestion. And ensure that you're liking what you're eating, because if you're not really enjoying it, there's really no purpose. But also, at times, you have to feed your craving and your soul. So make sure to eat that in moderation as best as you can. Yeah.
Well said. Because sometimes we go on these diets,
Yes.
which are brutal,
Yes.
and you don't want to eat what you really have in front of you.
No.
You just want to push that aside, and you just want to
Yeah.
run and get a burger.
Yeah.
But like you said, there's so many ways. There's so many recipes you can go on. The cooking networks. I watch a lot of the cooking shows, so I get a lot of ideas from the cooking shows. So you can judge things up,
Mhm.
like Brussels sprout.
Yeah.
Who wants a piece of Brussels sprout just in salt and water?
Oh no.
Nobody does.
No.
But like you said, you learn how to bake that.
Yep.
Add a little Parmesan cheese.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, some olive oil,
Oh, yes.
and it's transformed into something other than Brussels sprout.
Agreed.
Okay, right? So we can do a lot with our foods
Yes.
and still stay healthy.
Mhm.
I once spoke to this lady who had watched my show, and I was talking about how I didn't like water and how I, make it very easy for me to do.
Yeah.
And I said, if you don't like water, add a little lemon juice.
Yeah.
Add fresh lemon. And she saw me sometime after, and she said, Pastor E, I'm now drinking water. And I said, how so? And she said, well, you said add a little lemon. And she said, every morning I have a glass of water with lemon.
Good job.
But it does make it taste
Oh,
better.
yeah.
You know what I mean? For
Oh.
people who don't like water, add a little
Yes.
something.
I add frozen fruit.
Right.
It's ice in itself. Blueberries, mangoes, raspberries, whatever the heck you want
Right.
to add, and just put that in, and just makes it feel like spa water.
Yes.
So when I have people over, I just whatever it's in the freezer
There we go.
goes in.
And they have all these infusers now.
Yes.
So you can just put the fruit in,
Yes.
your strawberries, your blueberries, everything in the infuser. When you
Yes.
pour the water out, you're having fresh, nicely
Yeah.
taste strawberry.
And you're getting the antioxidants from
Yes.
it, which is helpful for those who have cancer, because the antioxidants help fight free radicals. So we really want as many antioxidants as we can in our body.
Okay. So if you're listening and you're fighting breast cancer, or you know someone that's going through it right now, tell them about what Miss Victoria says. Get your antioxidants, even from your fruits and vegetables, or from the water. You infuse them in your water and have that, because we can beat this thing,
Yeah,
but we have we have to fight,
we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have to change our whole perspective on the way we eat.
Mhm.
Some people say, I eat what I want to eat.
Yeah.
But that's true.
Right.
And on some people would say, oh, we all have to die. Yeah, but sometimes I think, okay, but it's how we gonna die.
Yeah.
Because I don't want my toes cut off.
No. No.
Because I consume so much sugar and all this stuff, and my diabetes is going out of control, and then I get an infection and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I can eat what I want to eat, and I'm gonna die anyway, but I don't want to die a painful death.
Yeah.
You
Not
know what I mean?
painful. No.
Right. I
Yes.
want to, I mean, when we were younger, you kind of abused your body a little bit, because you think, okay, I have all this time, I can eat what I want. But for me, I'm getting older, so I have
You're
to.
fabulous. I don't know about you.
I have to do a little more than you, Victoria. You can.
Well, you have to start now, right? It's prevention.
Right.
Long term.
Right. But for me now, I don't have that time on my hands, so I have to, buckle up and say, okay, I'm gonna have my fruits and
Yeah.
vegetables, and
Yeah.
and I'm gonna do what I can do to
Right.
stay here as long as I can.
Please.
I mean, hey,
Yes.
we all gotta go, but So I give you the last word.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you and all of your purple glory. So thank you. That's how we really started our relationship, was our purple hairs.
Yeah, oh, that's right. That's right. You had purple hair. I forgot all about that. Now you look like a very different person. You look more mature.
If it wasn't for you and the other ladies we work with, that my transition wouldn't have been as fun doing Miss Massachusetts pageant.
I know, because we were like,
you were on me, you were drilling me. We had our runway walking
oh
practice
my,
and
oh
everything.
my.
So I
We
really
were her
appreciate
biggest
it.
cheerleader at
Yes.
work. Girl, go ahead, you can do this. And I was so proud of you, even if you didn't win.
I won
Look,
Miss Spirit Award.
yeah, right, exactly, Miss Spirit Award. And look what this has done for you. I mean, now you're all over the place, and you're doing lots of things. So when do you start your restaurant tours?
Ooh, I love I love eating, like I said. So
Yes.
restaurant reviewing. Whenever anybody wants me to come and review their restaurant, and I write it in the paper, I'll put it on my website
Yes.
soon to be. And I just really want to help. COVID didn't help anybody
Right.
too much, so I'd really like to advertise and help other restaurants. Put their food out there and
Yes.
show other people what they have. So if you'd like us to come and review you guys, let me know.
So Victoria will be the next Miss Phantom Gourmet, or Guy Fieri. She's going to be all over the place, sampling, eating. But you have to be careful, Victoria, because you're going to gain some weight eating all this food in these
Yes, lots of
restaurants,
yoga.
especially the Italian restaurants. Are you Italian?
Yes,
So
yes.
pasta is your life, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you love pasta. Okay. All right. Well, it was a pleasure
You as well.
really
Thank
having you. I am so glad that we were able
Me
to get
too.
together. We planned this for a long time, and
Yes.
October 22nd
We
finally
made it.
came. We made it. We made it. So thank you, and thank you for all your knowledge. And I'm sure our audience has, learned something. Is taking away something from what you said. I mean, listen, this is an old age story, eating right.
Yes.
But ever so often, we need to be reminded
Right.
that we need to take care of our bodies. So thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
And best of luck with everything. And of course, any restaurant I can, connect you with, we will surely
Thank
do
you.
that.
And if
You-
anybody has any questions, feel free to contact me.
yeah, you're going places, girl.
Thank you. I'm here with you. I'm happy.
I'm happy too. I'm happy that you came. So until next week at 3 p.m., Moments with Pastor E will be back. I say, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord make his countenance shine upon you and be gracious unto you. So next week we'll be back. See you soon. I love you. Thank you, Victoria.
At our New Year's celebration, my daughter-in-law posted a video calling me the poor old man in cheap clothes. Million people watched her mock everything about me. I called my son his response. It's just a joke, Dad. What they didn't know, I'd been funding their entire life, and I'm worth over $1 billion, the two. $5 million trust I'd set up had one condition they just violated. I would teach them a lesson. At their first anniversary party, 100 guests watched as my lawyer stood with documents. The confrontation broke the internet before we get to what happened at that party. Tell me, have you ever been judged by someone who had no idea who you really were? Comment below, because my daughter-in-law was about to learn the most expensive lesson of her life. 5 million views. That's how many people watch my daughter-in-law. Courtney, point her phone at me during our New Year's celebration and tell the world I was an embarrassment to the family. I remember the moment clearly. We were at my son Christopher's house, gathered around the dining table. I was wearing what I always wear, A simple sweater, khaki pants, and my reading glasses. Nothing fancy, just comfortable clothes for a family evening. Courtney had her phone out, which wasn't unusual. She was always filming something, always chasing that next viral moment, but this time the camera was pointed directly at me. "This is my father-in-law, Philip," she said under the lens, her voice dripping with contempt. "He's literally the poorest person in our family. Look at that sweater. I'm pretty sure it came from the clearance rack. And that car, he drives a Honda that's older than I am." The comments started rolling in within minutes. Christopher showed me later, his face pale with embarrassment. Not embarrassment for Courtney's behavior, embarrassment for me. "Why does he dress like a substitute teacher girl? Your father-in-law needs a fundraiser." The way he's just sitting there, not knowing he's being roasted. Courtney had pinned her favorite to the top POV. "Your family's disappointment shows up to dinner in thrift store realness." I watched that video 3 times, not because it hurt, though I'd be lying if I said it didn't sting. I watched it because I was calculating, measuring, deciding what this moment of cruelty was worth. Let me tell you who I really am. My name is Philip Gardner. I'm 62 years old. I drive a Honda Accord that I've had for 11 years. Because it runs perfectly well, I buy my clothes from stores that offer good quality at reasonable prices. I don't post on social media. I don't wear jewelry that announces my presence. I don't feel the need to parade my success through every room I enter. What I do have is a private equity firm that I founded 30 years ago. It currently manages $2 billion in assets. I also have a real estate portfolio worth approximately $48 million in art collection, appraised at $18 million, and a lake house in northern Michigan. But my family doesn't know any of that. To them, I'm just Philip, the quiet one. The one who never remarried after my wife, Eleanor, died 3 years ago. The one who does something with investments, but clearly isn't very successful at it. Look at how he dresses. Look at that sad little car. I let them believe it for 3 years since Eleanor's death. I've let them believe it because grief taught me something valuable. When you strip away all the noise, all the performance, what's left is who you really are, and I didn't need designer labels to know my worth. But Courtney's video changed something. She posted follow-up content over the next few days, videos ranking family members by perceived wealth, with me firmly at the bottom, responding to comments encouraging the cruelty, building her platform on my humiliation. She mocked everything: my sweater, my car, my reading glasses, the way I spoke. Million people laughing at a man they'd never met, judging him by his appearance, measuring his worth by his wardrobe. And my son, Christopher, he watched it happen. He saw the comments. He knew what his wife was doing, and he said nothing. That silence cost him more than he could possibly imagine, 'cause here's what they didn't know. I hadn't built my life to impress anyone. I hadn't spent 30 years building wealth to prove anything to people who measured success by brand names and social media followers, and I certainly hadn't built it to tolerate disrespect. The question wasn't whether I would respond to that video. The question was how much it would cost them when I did. Let me take you back 2 years, to the moment I should have seen this coming, my son's wedding day. Some people reveal their character slowly. Others show you exactly who they are. The first time you meet them, Denise Foster, Courtney's mother, belonged in the second category. The wedding took place at a country club in Bloomfield Hills, the kind of place where valet parking costs more than most people spend. On dinner, Denise had insisted on it. There were ice sculptures, a live band, a designer wedding dress, and an open bar stocked with top-shelf liquor. I paid for most of it, not because they asked. They never even knew. I routed the money through accounts they couldn't trace. Christopher was my son. It was his wedding day, and even though Eleanor had been gone less than a year, I could hear her voice: family takes care of family. Philip, even when they don't deserve it. That day I watched Denise work the room. She made sure everyone noticed her designer dress and jewelry. She assessed people with glances, measuring their worth by watches, shoes, and cars. Courtney was a younger reflection of her mother, years old, freshly graduated with a communications degree, and a social media following she treated like an achievement. She spent half the reception taking photos, positioning herself in front of the most expensive decorations. I sat at my table in a suit and watched my son. Christopher couldn't take his eyes off his new wife. He was smitten. I remember thinking this won't end well. But he was my son, my only child after losing Eleanor. He was all I had left. So I helped them quietly, the way Eleanor would have wanted when they needed a down payment for their first house. I made sure they qualified for a special grant through a foundation I controlled. When Christopher's student loans came due, an anonymous benefactor paid them off when their credit cards maxed out. Furnishing that house, a mysterious cash gift appeared with a note about a distant relative. I did it because that's what fathers do. We protect our children. We create opportunities. We hope that love and support will guide them toward becoming better people over the next 2 years. I watched Christopher change. He began to care about brands and appearances, about what his social media obsessed wife and her materialistic mother thought of him. He stopped calling just to talk. Our dinners became less frequent, and when they did happen, Courtney was always there steering the conversation, making remarks about my clothes, my car, my quaint house. I told myself it was normal. I had taken precautions years earlier. I had established legal protections, conditions, and safeguards designed to ensure that what I'd built would go to people who understood its value, not just its price. I never imagined I would need to use those protections against my own son for 2 years. I watched him become someone I didn't recognize, someone who measured success by follower counts and designer labels, someone who chose keeping his wife happy over standing up for what was right. Then came the New Year's video, the mockery itself I could have endured. Million strangers laughing at my sweater, my car, my glasses. I've lived long enough to know that opinion is just noise. But what came after, what my son said, when I gave him a chance to make things right, is what made my decision final. 2 days after watching my humiliation go viral, I did what any father would do. I gave my son a chance to make it right. I called him. I've learned you can forgive many things in life, mistakes, poor judgment, even moments of weakness. But when someone you raise tells you that you deserve to be mocked, that's not a mistake. That's a choice. Christopher picked up on the third ring. Music played in the background. Courtney's laugh echoed through the speaker. "Hey, Dad, what's up? We need to talk about Courtney's video." The music faded. He'd moved to another room. "Dad, come on. It's just social media. Nobody takes that stuff seriously. 5 million people watched it." Christopher, 5 million people laughing at me. It's just a joke. That's how her generation communicates. I closed my eyes. It felt personal when she called me an embarrassment to the family. "You're being too sensitive." She didn't mean it like that, didn't she? I kept my voice steady. "Your wife mocked my clothes, my car, my glasses, then encouraged people to leave cruel comments. She's still posting about it, building her platform on, humiliating me, silence long enough that I wondered if he'd hung up. Look, I'll talk to her." "Okay, but this is her job. This is how she makes content. It's not really about you." "Then what is it about entertainment engagement?" "You wouldn't understand. It's a different world now." Something inside me went cold. A door closing that would never open again. "I'm asking you directly, son. Are you going to defend your wife or defend your father?" The pause stretched. I could hear him breathing, choosing, Dad. Honestly, his voice had changed harder. "You could dress better, drive a nicer car. You look struggling, like you can't afford anything better. Can you blame her for thinking that?" 8 words that cost him everything. Can you blame her for thinking that? Not she was wrong. Not I'll make her take it down. Not even. "I'm sorry he believed I deserved it. Thank you for clarifying," I said quietly. "Goodbye, Christopher." I ended the call before he could respond. 20 minutes later, my doorbell rang. Daniel Fletcher stood on my porch with his laptop. We'd been business partners for 30 years. He knew my face well enough to read what had just happened. "You called him?" I nodded. "How bad he thinks I deserve it." Daniel's jaw tightened. He came inside, set his laptop on my kitchen table. It's worse than you know. She's posted 3 more videos since New Year's. Look, the screen filled with Courtney's face, video after video, her responding to comments with laughing emojis, pinning the cruelest ones to the top. She'd turned me into a recurring joke, a character in her content strategy. This isn't just one mistake. Daniel said this is sustained, calculated, and your son is letting it happen. He looked at me carefully. If you're going to respond, we need to do it strategically. I stared at the screen at my daughter-in-law, profiting from my humiliation, at the comments my son thought I earned. That's when I knew this wasn't about Courtney anymore. My son had made his choice and I had to make mine. The inheritance I'd protected for him his entire life. He just surrendered it with 8 words. I thought I'd hit bottom when my son chose his wife over me. Then 3 days later, my phone rang again. It was Denise, Courtney's mother, and she had a proposition. Denise Foster didn't call to apologize. She called to negotiate. That's when I realized this wasn't just cruelty. It was calculated. Philip, I'm absolutely mortified about what Courtney did. That video was completely inappropriate. I waited. I've been thinking about how to make this right. My consulting firm is expanding. We're looking for investors. $500,000 would give you a significant stake. And in return, naturally, I'd talk to Courtney. Those videos would come down. Perhaps she'd even post an apology. Mother to daughter. You understand extortion wrapped in a business proposal? You're asking me to pay $500,000 for my daughter-in-law to stop humiliating me. I'm offering an investment opportunity. What Courtney does is separate, though I'm sure we could work something out. I'll have to decline. Her voice hardened. You're really going to destroy your relationship with Christopher over a silly video, over your pride. I'm not destroying anything. Denise, goodbye. An hour later, I sat across from Roland Whitfield in his law office. For years we'd worked together. He'd structured my business, managed my estate planning. He was meticulous, ethical, and unforgiving about violations of trust. I showed him everything: the viral video, follow-up posts, comments Courtney encouraged, Christopher's recorded call. Michigan allows one-party consent. Denise's extortion attempt also recorded. Roland reviewed it all in silence. Clear breach, he said. Finally, the inheritance you established for Christopher was conditional on maintaining family honor and respect for the benefactor. The clause is explicit. I know this isn't one mistake. It's sustain the video, the follow UPS, his defense now, extortion, multiple violations. He looked at me over his glasses. The inheritance is substantial, life-changing, but these conditions exist for exactly this reason. He's my son, Roland. This will devastate him. Roland set down his pen. Eleanor established these conditions with you before she died, didn't she? I nodded. Eleanor had insisted. She'd seen how money changed people. She'd wanted protections. What would Eleanor say about this? I closed my eyes, saw her face, heard her voice from that day in the same office. Weak but absolutely certain. She'd say that love without accountability isn't love. It's enabling then. You know what needs to happen. Roland slid the forfeiture documents across his desk. Legal language that would dissolve Christopher's inheritance, redirected to the scholarship fund Eleanor and I had established. Money for students who understood that character mattered more than appearance. My hand shook as I picked up the pen. Are you certain? I thought about Christopher's voice. Can you blame her for thinking that? I thought about Denise's threat, million people laughing, and I thought about Eleanor, who taught me that the hardest thing and the right thing are often the same thing. I signed. The papers were done. The inheritance was gone. Christopher would learn about it in 3 weeks at his anniversary party. But first, my business partner Daniel had a plan that would change everything. After I signed the forfeiture papers, my hand was still shaking when Daniel sat across from me. Philip, he said, if we're going to do this, we need to do it right. The same weapon she used against you, we can use it for justice. Over the next 3 weeks, he showed me how Daniel Fletcher had been my business partner for 30 years. He understood something I hadn't. In this new world, silence isn't golden. Documentation is social media destroyed your dignity, he said, opening his laptop at my kitchen table the next morning. but it can also restore it. We just need to control the narrative. He showed me what he'd compiled. Every cruel video Courtney had posted since New Year's, every comment she'd encouraged, every laughing emoji she'd used while people mocked me. There was the recording of Christopher's call and the recording of Denise's extortion attempt. All legal under Michigan law. This isn't about one viral video anymore. Daniel said this is a documented pattern, and when the truth comes out, people need to see all of it. What are you suggesting? I asked. We document the confrontation, professional quality, multiple angles, and we make sure the world understands what actually happened. I stared at the screen at my daughter-in-law, smiling as she profited from my humiliation. This feels wrong. Necessary, Daniel replied. She put you on display for millions. They deserve the truth over the next 3 weeks. Daniel transformed what could have been a quiet family conversation into a calculated operation. He brought in cameras, audio systems, and editing software. I barely understood. He scouted the anniversary venue, a rooftop space in downtown Detroit, that Christopher and Courtney had rented for their celebration. 100 guests, Daniel reported. Open bar live band, ice sculptures. It'll cost a fortune. It already is, I said quietly. I'm sure I'm paying for it. Somehow, Daniel looked at me. Does Christopher know? No, he never asked where the money comes from. It just appears the venue was exactly Courtney's taste. Expensive, impressive, Instagram perfect. Daniel toured it with the event coordinator, explaining he was arranging professional photography as a gift. The coordinator was thrilled and promised full access. They won't notice anything. Daniel assured me this is normal. I watched him work with mixed gratitude and unease. Eleanor and I had lived quietly, never seeking attention. Turning my son's anniversary party into a public reckoning felt deeply wrong. Daniel, I asked one evening, can't we just tell him privately? He stopped and looked at me. Philip, she humiliated. You publicly, Christopher defended her. Denise tried to extort you. This stopped being private. He showed me Courtney's page. She'd posted another video, ranking family members by success. I was still last. That familiar cold settled in my chest. They need consequences, Daniel said. Public ones, I thought of Eleanor. She would have hated this, but I could hear her voice clearly. Accountability matters, all right. I said, do it. The party was scheduled 3 weeks after New Year's, 3 weeks after the video that started everything. Christopher and Courtney were thrilled. Posting countdowns, inviting 300 guests, they wanted to impress. 3 weeks after that viral video, I walked into my son's anniversary party in a modest suit and my usual reading glasses. They wanted me there. What they didn't know was that tonight everyone would see the consequences. And I wasn't the only one watching. The venue was everything Courtney had dreamed of. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Detroit River. Ice sculptures, a champagne tower. Designer everything. It must have cost a fortune. I should know I was paying for most of it. I arrived as the sunset winter light fading over the water. My modest suit drew looks immediately. 100 guests in designer clothes. And there was Philip Gardner, looking exactly like what Courtney had called me, the poor relative. She spotted me near the champagne tower, surrounded by friends with phones out. Oh, Philip's here. Everyone acts surprised he actually showed up. Laughter rippled through her circle. I made my way to my assigned table in the back, not the family table up front. That was for people who mattered. I was placed with distant cousins, the people you invite out of obligation. Christopher was at the center of the room, beaming beside his wife when our eyes met. He looked away quickly, like seeing me caused him physical pain. Denise stood near the bar in her designer dress. When she saw me, her expression hardened. Her extortion attempt had failed. And here I was, a living reminder, near. The entrance, professional photography equipment, multiple cameras lighting, a crew adjusting angles to everyone else. It looked like comprehensive event documentation. Only I knew what those cameras were really for. Daniel caught my eye from across the room. Dressed like the photography crew, he gave me the slightest nod. Everything was in place. Courtney was already posting. I could see her phone screen, celebrating one perfect year with my perfect husband. At our perfect party, comments pouring in from her followers. The toast began after dinner. Friends stood praising the power couple. Christopher's success, Courtney's growing influence, their beautiful life together. Then Christopher gave his own toast. He thanked his friends Courtney's mother, the venue staff, his college roommate who'd introduced them. He thanked everyone except me. The omission was so obvious that people at my table shifted uncomfortably. Courtney beamed at him when he finished. She stood and kissed him dramatically for the cameras. Then she took the microphone. This year has been absolutely incredible. Christopher and I have built something so special, a life that's authentic and real and aspirational. She gestured around the venue. Look at this. This is what success looks like. This is what happens when you work hard and stay true to yourself. Her voice dropped slightly, loud enough for nearby tables. At least the venue turned out nice. Unlike some people's houses, laughter from her inner circle. More phones capturing her cleverness. I sat quietly, hands folded, wearing my modest suit, my reading glasses, looking exactly like what they thought I was. Roland Whitfield stood near the wall, gray suit blending with the elegant decor. Our eyes met. He raised an eyebrow. Are you ready? I nodded once he began walking toward the front, carrying a leather portfolio, moving with purpose. The conversations didn't stop immediately. People were still laughing, drinking, taking photos. They had no idea Roland reached the microphone. Courtney had just stepped away, returning to Christopher's side, both glowing with satisfaction. The room slowly went quiet as people noticed the older man in the gray suit, waiting, all eyes turned toward him. I took a deep breath. This was it. Comment justice. If you want to see how this played out, or too harsh, if you think what I did next crossed the line, either way, you need to hear what happened. When that lawyer opened his briefcase in front of 300 people, Roland Whitfield didn't smile. He never smiled. He simply opened his leather portfolio and began to read. Good evening. My name is Roland Whitfield. I serve as trustee for the Christopher Gardner Inheritance Trust. Courtney's eyes went wide. She grabbed Christopher's arm. Oh my God, is this happening right now? Phones came out across the room, guests leaning forward expecting a generous surprise. Roland's expression didn't change. The trust was established by Philip Gardner. With contributions made over 30 years, the current value is $2.5 million. The room erupted. Courtney screamed, hands flying to her mouth. Christopher stood frozen, staring. He'd never known there was a trust to one. $5 million? Courtney looked at me across the room, at my modest suit, my reading glasses, and I saw it dawn on her face. The poor father-in-law wasn't poor at all. However, that single word cut through the excitement. Like a blade, the room went still. The trust was established with specific conditions. The beneficiary must demonstrate behavior consistent with family honor and respect for the benefactor. Any public conduct inconsistent with these values may result in forfeiture. Courtney's smile was fading. Christopher's face had gone gray. Oh, on January 1st, a video was posted to social media in which the beneficiary's spouse publicly mocked Philip Gardner. The video received over 5 million views. Multiple follow-up videos were posted, and cruel comments were encouraged. Courtney's hands were shaking. Phones that had been raised for a happy moment were now capturing something else. Additionally, when Philip Gardner contacted the beneficiary to address this, Christopher Gardner stated, quote, "Can you blame her for thinking that? You could have heard a pin drop." This confirmed that the beneficiary not only condoned the public humiliation, but agreed with it. Christopher made a sound between a gasp and a groan, his own words condemning him. Therefore, pursuant to the forfeiture provision, the trust has been dissolved. The assets have been redirected to the Eleanor Gardner Memorial Scholarship Fund for first-generation college students. For 5 seconds, nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Then Courtney screamed, "No, this can't be happening." Christopher just stood there, mouth open, no sound. Denise pushed through the crowd. "You can't do this. That money belongs to Christopher. The money belongs to the trust," Roland said calmly, "which belonged to Philip Gardner." As of 30 minutes ago, it belongs to students who understand that character matters more than appearance. 300 phones were raised, capturing every moment. Courtney's face twisted with rage and disbelief. Christopher's shock. Denise's fury. But they didn't know. Something. Those phones weren't the only things recording. This moment the world was watching. Courtney was screaming. Christopher stood frozen. Denise was shouting at Roland, demanding he undo what couldn't be undone. Daniel stepped forward calmly. Tablet in hand, he touched the screen, and suddenly the venue's display monitors lit up, all of them showing the same image, a live video feed of this very room, with numbers ticking upward in the corner. Before anyone leaves, Daniel said, his voice cutting through the chaos. I should mention something important. Every head turned toward him. This entire evening has been live streamed. We currently have 3.2 million people watching. In real time, the room went silent again. A different kind of silence. Shock layered on top of shock. Daniel gestured to the screens. The viewer count was climbing 3.5 million, 3.8 million, 4 million. I've also compiled a documentary of the past 3 weeks. The screens changed, and there it was. Courtney's New Year's video, her voice dripping with contempt. He's literally the poorest person in our family. Then clips of her responding to comments, laughing, encouraging the cruelty, pinning the worst ones to the top. A follow-up video where she ranked family members by success. Me at the bottom naturally. Then audio Christopher's voice on the phone. It's just a joke, Dad. Can you blame her for thinking that? Then another voice. Denise's 500,000 would solve this whole ugly situation. The evidence played on every screen, undeniable, recorded, witnessed now by millions. Comments were flooding the displays in real time. The poor father-in-law was the rich father-in-law. She fumbled too. Shamai million for clout. This is the most satisfying thing I've ever seen. Courtney looked around wildly, seeing phones everywhere. Hundreds of them all pointed at her. Her influencer friends were backing away, distancing themselves on camera. The guests who'd laughed at me earlier looked horrified, now realizing they were part of the documentary, part of the evidence of cruelty. I stood up. The room quieted as I walked to the microphone. My legs felt steady, but my heart was pounding. This wasn't easy. None of this was easy. I still wore the reading glasses, Eleanor's reading glasses. 3 years ago, I began my voice quieter than Roland's had been, but it carried my wife. Eleanor passed away. These glasses were hers. I wear them when I miss her, which is every day I looked at Courtney. She'd stop screaming. She was just staring at me now, tears running down her face, ruining her perfect makeup. In your video, you called them sad old man glasses. You mocked them for 5 million strangers. You didn't know they belonged to the woman who taught me that character matters more than appearances. My voice cracked slightly. I let it. This wasn't about being strong. It was about being honest. I turned to Christopher, my son, who couldn't meet my eyes. I called you. I gave you one chance to stand up for your father. You chose to agree with her instead. Dad, he started, but I held up my hand. The inheritance wasn't punishment. Christopher, it was a test of character, of loyalty, of basic human decency. You both failed. I looked out at the room, 300 people, millions online. I've spent 30 years building wealth in silence. I don't need designer clothes or social media followers to know my worth. I never have. The screen still showed the climbing viewer count. 5 million, millions of people are watching this right now. Let them see what happens when you measure people by their clothes instead of their character, when you build a life on cruelty and call it content. I thought about Maria, the scholarship recipient I'd met just days ago, her tears of gratitude, her mother's hands worn from work. That $2.5 million will help students like Maria Rodriguez. She works 3 jobs while maintaining a 4. 0 average students who understand that how you treat people matters infinitely, more than how you look treating them. I took off the microphone, started to walk away. Then I stopped, turned back. I hope you both enjoyed your anniversary party, I said, looking at Christopher and Courtney. I paid for this one too. I walked toward the exit behind me. Courtney's sobs echoed through the silent room. Christopher stood like a statue, his face white. 300 phones captured every moment. The viewer count hit 10 million as I reached the elevator, and it was just getting started. I didn't sleep that night, not from regret, but from the weight of what I'd done. When dawn came and I finally looked at my phone, the world had rendered its verdict. By morning, 40 million views. By afternoon, an influencer's career was over. By evening, I understood what I'd truly lost and gained. The explosion was total. Courtney's sponsors vanished within hours. Skincare brands, fashion companies, lifestyle partnerships. 500,000 followers disappeared in 2 days. Other influencers dissected her downfall. In video essays about authenticity, she deleted everything, every platform, every account simply gone. Christopher's professional life crumbled. Messages flooded his profile. Colleagues distanced themselves. Job prospects evaporated. I watched from my living room without triumph. Just the hollow ache of watching my son realize what he'd lost. That kind of pain doesn't feel like victory. It feels like waste. 2 days later, I attended a scholarship ceremony, small gathering community center. Folding chairs, everything the anniversary party wasn't. Maria Rodriguez sat in the front row, 19, first-generation college student, 3 jobs, 4.0, average engineering dreams. When I handed her the scholarship letter, she cried, "Mr. Gardner, this changes everything for my family. This is the American dream." She reminded me of Eleanor, same fierce determination. "My wife would have loved to meet you." This fund is her legacy. The fund had grown to 3 million public donations added 800,000. 14 students would receive full scholarships. Maria's gratitude versus Courtney's entitlement, the contrast was everything. 3 weeks later, Christopher texted, "Can we talk coffee shop? Neutral ground." He looked older, worn by consequences. I was wrong. I chose the wrong side. I forgot who raised me. His voice quiet, genuine. "I'm separated from Courtney, living alone trying to figure out who I am. The money's gone. That decision is final, but I can be your father again if you earn that back." His eyes met mine. Really met them for the first time in years. I like that. Some wounds need time before you know if they can heal. Courtney vanished entirely. Rumors placed her working retail. The influencer empire ceased to exist. Denise never contacted me again. Some bridges once burned stay ash. Now I sit in my living room, wearing a $42 sweater and Eleanor's reading glasses. Her photo shows her laughing at some long-ago dinner. She would have hated the confrontation, but she would have demanded the accountability. 3 years without her still learning her lessons? People confuse silence for weakness, when it's often wisdom. Humility isn't poverty, it's freedom. You can't build anything lasting on cruelty's foundation. I don't regret what happened. I regret it was necessary. Real wealth isn't in bank accounts. It's knowing who you are when nobody's watching. It's 14 students whose lives changed because I demanded better. It's Eleanor's legacy living through people like Maria. Daniel's teaching me social media, now just enough to follow scholarship recipients. Maria's engineering projects, students building futures on character's foundation. My life hasn't changed. Same car, same house, same values. I'm still just Philip Gardner. And that's always been enough. If you've ever been underestimated by people who confused appearances for worth, remember this. The loudest voices aren't always the wisest. Those who mock your quiet strength might be standing on ground you built. Sometimes silence isn't weakness. Sometimes it's patience, waiting for the right moment to speak. And when that moment comes, let your character do the talking. Looking back at this whole ordeal, I realized something profound. Don't be like me. Don't wait until a viral video forces your hand to teach the people you love about accountability. I should have had harder conversations with Christopher years ago when I first saw Kendra's influence changing him. But I stayed silent, hoping love alone would guide him. Right? God gave me the patience to endure that humiliation. God gave me the wisdom to respond with justice instead of rage. And God gave me the grace to leave the door open for my son's redemption, even after everything. These aren't just grandpa stories about revenge. There are lessons about when silence stops being wisdom and starts being enabling. The lesson I learned character isn't built in moments of comfort. It's forged when someone mocks you for wearing your late wife's glasses, and you have to decide, do you let cruelty win or do you stand firm in who you are? Eleanor taught me that love without boundaries isn't love. It's permission. She's with God now. And I believe she'd say, I finally learned that lesson, even if it came 3 years too late. These grandpa stories we tell aren't always comfortable. Sometimes they're about losing 2.5 million to teach your child that respect matters more than inheritance. Sometimes they're about public confrontation when private conversations failed. But here's what I know. God doesn't measure us by our bank accounts or our follower accounts. He measures us by how we treat people. Thank you for watching this video. Share your thoughts in the comments. I truly value every story and every voice. Don't forget to subscribe to Voices of Uncle Bernard and share this video with your friends.
Tracy Morgan was the kind of woman who believed money was the beginning and the end of life. She was only 28, but she already walked around like a queen who owned the world. Her perfumes were foreign, her shoes were limited editions, her bags were the kind only rich wives carried, and her attitude was sharper than a razor. Everyone in her neighborhood knew her for one thing: pride. It wasn't the harmless pride that came from confidence. This one came from the belief that money made her superior to everyone else. But Tracy was not always this rich. 2 years ago, she was an ordinary lady living a simple life. The only thing she had back then was a boyfriend named David, a gentle, humble, hard-working man who loved her more than anything. But Tracy did not like simple. As she grew, she became ashamed of David's poor life. She wanted a man with money, not a man with dreams. So one afternoon, without warning, Tracy broke up with David. Her final words to him were cold: "I can't date a broke man. You'll never make it in life." David stood there in silence, heartbroken. He wanted to beg her to stay, but her face showed she had already walked out of his life. Tracy left and never looked back. She moved on quickly, chasing luxury, fame, and everything money could buy. 2 years passed. Tracy glowed differently now. She had a big car, expensive clothes, and a lifestyle she was proud of. Her arrogance grew with every new thing she achieved. But life has a strange way of bringing people back together. One bright afternoon, Tracy was driving to a high-class lounge for a business meeting. Her music was loud, the AC was cold, and she was singing happily until, boom! Her car shook violently. Tracy screamed. She stopped by the roadside and jumped out of the car. Her front tire had burst. "Are you kidding me?" she shouted angrily. "Why now?" She looked around and saw a small roadside mechanic workshop a short distance away. Old tires were scattered, tools were lying everywhere, and smoke rose slowly from an engine they were working on. Tracy frowned immediately. "God forbid," she muttered. "This place is dirty." But she had no choice, so she walked there with annoyance written all over her face. "Hello," she shouted. "Anybody here? I need a mechanic. Hurry up." A man stepped out from behind a blue car. His shirt was stained with oil. His hands were dirty. Sweat covered his forehead. Tracy's voice died instantly. She froze. The mechanic was David. David stopped too. Shock filled his face. He whispered softly, "Tracy?" For a moment, both of them stood speechless. The world suddenly felt quiet. Then Tracy blinked and burst into a loud, sarcastic laugh. "No way," she said. "No way. Look at you." David didn't reply. He simply walked toward her car with calm steps. "You're a mechanic now?" Tracy asked loudly, as if the whole world needed to hear. "A roadside mechanic? This is your life now?" David bent beside the tire, ignoring her tone. Tracy folded her arms and smirked. "I knew it," she said proudly. "I told you you would never make it. I told you poverty was in your destiny. That's why I left you. And look, just look at your life." David continued working quietly. His silence made Tracy even more arrogant. "You fix tires for customers now? Is this your big dream?" she mocked. "I can't even imagine myself with someone like you. Thank God I left when I did." Still no response from David. She stepped closer and spoke directly into his ear. You are still poor, still struggling, still nothing. This time David looked up slowly. Tracy, he said gently, people change. Life changes. Nothing stays the same forever. She scoffed loudly. Except you. You will never change. You are stuck here. David finished the work and stood up. He handed her the bill politely. Tracy laughed again. Oh, you want money, she said. Take it. You need it more than me. She threw the money at his feet, the notes scattered on the dusty ground. David bent, picked them one by one, and arranged them quietly. Tracy shook her head in satisfaction. You are exactly where you belong, she said proudly. Just then her phone rang loudly. She rolled her eyes and answered with a sweet fake voice. Hello, babe. She leaned on her car door and started talking with excitement. Baby, let me tell you something. My upcoming party is going to be bigger than the last one. This time the president's son is coming, ministers are coming, senators will be there, all the billionaires, all the influential people, even popular musicians will perform live. This party will shake the whole world. People will talk about it for months. The world will feel this one. She laughed loudly. Tracy continued bragging, everything is set, the decoration, the drinks, the red carpet, the security. I want to scatter everywhere with this party. It will be the talk of the city. Then she suddenly remembered something and said, Ah, babe, I almost forgot. You will not believe who I saw today. I met my useless ex, David. Babe, he is now a poor, dirty, ugly roadside mechanic. Can you imagine? I told him 2 years ago that he can never make it. Look at him now, exactly where he belongs. Her friend screamed with laughter, and the two of them mocked him over the phone. David stood a little distance away, but he heard every single word. His heart felt heavy, but he stayed calm. After Tracy ended the call and tried to enter her car, he gently said, Please, Tracy. She turned slowly with irritation on her face. David continued, Please, I heard everything you said. Please, can you invite me to your party? At least introduce me to wealthy people. Tracy burst into loud laughter, as if he told her the funniest joke in the world. Invite you? You, a dirty mechanic? Do you even have money to buy shoe? Do you know how rich people behave? Are you even all right? David lowered his head. Please, you don't understand. I am not asking to attend as a big man. I can work as a mechanic for your billionaire friends. If rich people know me, I can expand my shop and take care of my sick father. Please help me. Tracy held her stomach and laughed again. You see your life. I told you to hustle hard, but you refused. Now look at where you ended up. A roadside mechanic begging for connection. Shame. David kept quiet, hoping she would change her mind. Tracy shook her head and said, Okay, I will think about it. Not for you, but because of God. Give me your phone number. I will call you to come to my place this weekend so we can talk properly. David's face brightened immediately. Thank you so much, Madam Tracy. She smiled proudly. I like the sound of that. From today, call me Madam, okay? David nodded quickly. Okay, Ma. Tracy entered her car, flipped her hair, switched on the engine and said, Good, now step away. You're smelling like engine oil. She drove off while David stood there whispering, Thank you, Madam, full of hope, not knowing what awaits him. Weekend finally came and David arrived early at Tracy's mansion. He stood outside the huge gate, feeling small and nervous as he pressed the doorbell. The security guard checked his name and allowed him inside. David looked around and was shocked by the size of the house. Everything was big, shiny, and expensive. He had never stepped into a place like that in his entire life. Tracy appeared at the balcony, wearing a silk robe, holding a glass of juice, and looking down at him with pride in her eyes. So you kept to time, she said slowly as she walked down the stairs. Good, at least you still have sense. David bowed his head respectfully. Good afternoon, Madam Tracy. She smiled because she loved hearing that. Now that you are here, let me tell you something before anything else. I will not invite you to my party for free. I am not a charity organization. I don't do pity help. If you want me to introduce you to wealthy people at my event, then you must pay me with service. David swallowed, confused. Service? What kind of service, Ma? Tracy folded her arms. Simple. You will work for me. You will serve me as your boss. That party is in 1 month's time, so for the whole month, you will work in my house. David blinked slowly. What type of work do you want me to do? Tracy laughed softly, enjoying the power she had over him. Everything I tell you. You will cook for me, clean my house, wash my clothes, wash my cars, clean my shoes, help arrange my wardrobe, run errands, carry my shopping bags, and do anything I order. I don't want to see dust anywhere. You will come here every single day. David felt his heart sink. He wanted help, not humiliation. But he looked at her and saw she wasn't joking. Her face was cold and serious. He remembered his sick father, the struggling shop, and his dream of growing bigger. He knew he had no choice. Madam Tracy, he said quietly, I will do it. Anything you ask me to do, I will do it. I just need a chance in life. Tracy smiled proudly. Good boy. At least you know your position. Work well, and maybe, just maybe, I will allow you to attend my party. But if you annoy me even once, I will remove your name immediately, and you will never come close to rich people again. David nodded. Yes, Ma. She pointed toward the backyard. Good. Now go to the back, remove your shirt, and start washing all my cars. There are 6 of them. When you finish, come inside and mop the living room. David nodded again and walked toward the section she pointed at, ready to wash cars from morning till night. Tracy watched him go and smiled wickedly, pleased that her ex-boyfriend, the same man who once loved her, was now working like a house servant just to attend her party. The next day, Tracy woke up excited. It was Saturday, her favorite day to show off. When she stepped outside, David was already waiting by the gate, standing quietly with his hands in front of him like a trained servant. Good, she said proudly. At least you know how to keep time. Today we are going shopping. Follow me closely and carry all my bags. Don't embarrass me. David nodded. Yes, Ma. They got into her car and she drove them to one of the biggest malls in the city. Everywhere inside the mall looked shiny, cold, and expensive. As Tracy walked from shop to shop, her heels echoed loudly on the marble floor. She picked clothes without checking the price, grabbed shoes, perfumes, bags, and anything she liked. David followed her gently, his arms full of shopping bags. He was sweating but trying not to show it because he didn't want to look weak. Tracy looked back at him and laughed. I swear, David, you look like a walking hanger. You better hold those bags tight. If anything falls, I will embarrass you here. David just nodded again. Yes, Ma. Suddenly she stopped in front of a mirror wall and smiled. You know what? Let me go live. My followers need to see this. She brought out her phone, adjusted her hair, and pressed the live button. Hello, guys, she screamed loudly. It's your girl, Big Tracy, the boss lady herself. She faced the camera with excitement. Guys, today is shopping day. I'm out here buying expensive things like a queen. You all know money is sweet. Money is powerful. Money can buy anything. Then she turned the camera toward David, who was carrying all the heavy bags. His face looked tired, but he tried to stay calm. Tracy laughed loudly. Let me introduce you all to someone special. This is my ex-boyfriend, David. She zoomed the camera closer. Yes, my ex. Look at him, guys. He is now my male servant. Can you imagine? Life is funny. Tracy continued. Money is good. There is nothing money cannot buy. You see this one? He used to tell me that love is more important than money. Now look at him carrying my shopping bags. See his face. My cute little poor thing. Oh, sad boy. David felt embarrassed, but he swallowed the pain. He looked away because he didn't want people online to see his eyes. Tracy laughed again. Guys, should I give him a raise? Should I buy him a uniform to wear while serving me? What do you think? She kept mocking him while her followers screamed comments like, Yes, Queen, drag him, money talks. Tracy ended the live video and turned to David. Did you see how many people were watching? Over 10,000 in just 2 minutes. You should be grateful I allowed you to appear on my live. Some people will pay millions to get that chance. David nodded quietly. Yes, Ma. Thank you, Ma. Tracy rolled her eyes. Now follow me. We still have more shops to go, and don't drag your feet like a tired goat. David followed her, carrying all the bags, holding his pain inside. He kept reminding himself that he needed this connection, that this humiliation was temporary, and that better days might come if he endured. When they got home, David quietly carried all the shopping bags inside the mansion. His arms were shaking from the weight, his shirt was soaked with sweat, and his heart was heavy from the shame he felt in the mall. Tracy walked in proudly, humming as she checked her reflection in the mirror. She didn't even look at him. She simply dropped her phone on the couch and said, "Go and arrange everything in my wardrobe, quickly." David stood there for a moment, breathing gently. Something inside him felt crushed, but he also felt a small fire burning, courage he didn't know he still had. He summoned all the strength in his chest, walked closer, and spoke in a low, respectful tone. "Madam Tracy," he said quietly, "with all due respect, what you did today is not fair. You embarrassed me in front of the whole world. You mocked me on live video. You made me look like I am not a human being." Tracy froze slowly, then turned with her eyes full of annoyance. "Excuse you?" she said sharply. David swallowed hard and continued, "I came here to work and to get help, not to be humiliated. I know I'm not rich. I know my life is hard, but I still have feelings. Today you made me feel like I am nothing." Tracy's face changed from annoyance to anger immediately. She walked close to him. "Are you talking back at me?" she shouted. "Poor boy, are you mad? Do you still want to come to my party or not?" David opened his mouth to speak, but she cut him off with a loud laugh. "If you say one more word, I will change my mind right now. In fact, I will remove your name completely. Look at this poor thing talking like he has a choice. I am trying to help you and your useless mechanic life, and you are here complaining." David dropped his gaze to the floor. Tracy walked around him like she was inspecting a slave. "Listen to me very well. Without me, you are nothing. Without me, you will continue fixing second-hand cars by the roadside. Without me, no rich person will ever know your name. So if you still want to attend my party, you better close that your mouth and behave yourself." David felt his chest tighten. Tracy hissed loudly, "Imagine, a whole me, big Tracy, helping a dirty mechanic, and he has the guts to question me. If not because of God, I will not even allow you to walk near my gate. Don't ever talk to me like that again." David nodded slowly, painfully. "Yes, Ma. I'm sorry, Ma." "Good," she said proudly. "Now get out." The following day, David was carrying a big basin of water on his head, walking slowly down the street toward Tracy's house. She had sent him to fetch water from a public well far away, because she said wanted to smell the natural scent of the village. David didn't understand, but he obeyed. As he reached the gate, someone shouted his name. "David! David, is that you?" David looked up and saw his old friend Jake standing with his mouth open. Jake rushed closer. "Guy, what is this? Why are you carrying a big basin of water on your head like a slave? What is happening to you?" David tried to smile, but his face looked tired. "Jake, it's my boss. She said she needs water from the well. She said she wants to smell it." Jake blinked fast, like his brain couldn't process the information. "Smell it? Smell water? Who the hell smells water? Is she an animal? I think your boss is running mad. Is this why you stopped coming to your shop? Guy, I haven't seen you for days. This is what you're doing? Carrying basin like a laborer? You're really going through a lot." David sighed. "Jake, I know it looks bad, but I'm doing it because I need help. My father is sick. My shop is struggling. I need connection. Tracy said she will introduce me to rich people at her party if I work for her for a month." Jake shook his head angrily. "For a month? Bro, look at what she is turning you into. A whole David carrying water on his head because someone wants to smell it? This girl must be foolish. This is not work. This is humiliation." David swallowed hard. "I just need one opportunity, Jake. If I can enter that party and meet important people, everything can change." Jake looked at him sadly. "David, I saw the live video. That girl, your boss, she humiliated you in front of thousands of people. People were laughing in the comments. Some were pitying you. It was trending. That thing pained me deep. It was shameful, bro. Very shameful." David sighed as the humiliation washed over him again. Jake continued, "Guy, you need to go back to your work. You don't deserve this. You are a mechanic with talent. You fix cars better than anyone in the area. Why are you allowing this girl treat you like trash? Look at you. You look tired, stressed, and broken. This is not worth it. David whispered. Jake, I know, but I'm trying. I want to grow. I want to help my father. I need one door to open. Just one. Jake stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. And I understand that. But please be careful. This girl doesn't have a good heart. She is using you. She is enjoying your suffering. One day she will push you too far. Don't let her destroy your dignity. David nodded slowly. I hear you, Jake. Thank you. But let me just finish this month. Let me try. Maybe something good will come out of it. Jake let out a long, tired breath. Okay, I won't force you. But I'm begging you, don't lose yourself. Don't let anyone reduce you to nothing. You are better than this. Jake watched him walk slowly into the mansion. God, Jake whispered, please turn this boy's story around, and shame that wicked girl one day. Hours later, Tracy was sitting comfortably in her living room, scrolling through her phone when it rang. The moment she answered the call, her face lit up with excitement. She stood up immediately and started pacing around the room, smiling and nodding again and again. Really? She shouted happily. Wow, that is amazing news. This party just keeps getting better. She laughed loudly. Thank you so much for telling me. This changes everything. When she ended the call, she screamed in excitement. Yes, yes, this is big. She quickly called David. David, come here now, she shouted. David rushed in immediately. Yes, Ma? Tracy smiled proudly and said, there is a new development, very big one. Guess who is coming to my party now? David shook his head gently. I don't know, Ma. Tracy laughed loudly. The most important and wealthiest man in this city is coming. Can you imagine? The CEO of one of the most expensive car dealer companies in Africa is coming to my party. She raised her chin proudly. This party is now officially the biggest in the city. David's heart skipped for a moment when he heard about cars, but he kept his face calm. That is good news, Ma, he said respectfully. Tracy pointed at him sharply. Because of this, you have to work harder, much harder. This is not a small thing anymore. If you really want to attend this party, you must prove yourself. No laziness, no complaint. Do you understand? David nodded immediately. Yes, Ma, I understand. Thank you, Ma. Tracy smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now go and get me food. I'm hungry. David rushed out and returned with her food shortly after. Tracy sat comfortably on the couch and began eating slowly like a queen. Stand there, she ordered. David stood quietly beside her. After a moment, she added, No, kneel. I want to feel like a real boss lady today. David hesitated for a second, then slowly went down on his knees. Tracy laughed softly as she ate. Yes, this is the life. Boss lady life. Money is sweet. She ate calmly while David remained kneeling, silent and tired, his knees aching, his heart heavy, but his hope still alive. As Tracy enjoyed her food, she kept talking proudly about her party, about the powerful people coming, about how the whole city would bow to her success. David listened quietly, saying yes, Ma, each time she spoke. 1 month passed quietly. Finally, the long-awaited day arrived. The day of the party. That morning, Tracy was already dressed early. Her makeup was flawless, her hair was perfect, and her expensive gown hugged her body like it was made just for her. She stood in front of the mirror, smiling proudly, admiring herself. David stood at a distance, neatly dressed in the simple clothes he had prepared carefully. His shoes were clean, his shirt was ironed, and his face looked calm. Madam Tracy, David said gently, I am already dressed. Please, can I come with you? Tracy turned slowly and looked at him from head to toe. Then she burst into loud laughter. Come with me, she said mockingly. You? Look at you. You are too dirty, too classless, too local to step out with me. Do you want people to think you are my boyfriend? God forbid. David's smile faded slightly, but he stayed quiet. Tracy continued coldly. I am only inviting you to this party because of your poor, lazy, sick father. If not, you don't even deserve to hear about it. Just look at yourself. After 1 month of working for me, this is how you still look. She frowned, still talking. I already gave you the address, didn't I? Good. You will come 1 hour after I leave this house. Don't come early. Don't come and embarrass me. And don't fool yourself. This party is not for people like you. She paused and added sharply, and don't start dancing or eating like a hungry fool when you get there. Respect yourself. Know your place. Then she walked out confidently. The sound of her heels faded as her car drove away. David stood alone in the large silent house. For a few seconds, he said nothing. Then slowly, a small smile appeared on his face. It was not the smile of a weak man. It was calm. It was confident. It was different. He took a deep breath and whispered to himself, "It's time." He looked at his phone, picked it up, and made a call. His voice was steady, no longer shaking. Whatever he said on that call made him smile wider. "Yes," he said softly, "it's time." Meanwhile, at the party, Tracy was already live on social media. The hall was filled with soft background sound, people talking, cameras flashing, and guests moving around in beautiful clothes. Tracy stood confidently in front of her phone, smiling like someone who believed the whole world belonged to her. "Hello, guys," she said excitedly. "It's your girl, Big Tracy. As you can see, the party is going well already." She turned the camera slowly to show the decorations, the guests, the red carpet, and the beautiful setting, then brought it back to her face. Comments were flying up fast, and she laughed proudly. "Guys, stay tuned because something very funny is about to happen tonight." She leaned closer to the camera and lowered her voice. "You remember that foolish, lazy ex-boyfriend I told you about? Yes, the poor roadside mechanic." She laughed loudly. "He is coming here tonight, and I'm about to humiliate him live. I want all of you to see it." She shook her head and smiled wickedly. "Honestly, I love seeing poor people suffer. I love seeing them cry. I love seeing them embarrassed. It makes me feel powerful." Some comments were cheering her on, some were shocked, but Tracy didn't care. She enjoyed the attention. "So don't go anywhere," she continued. "When he arrives, I will show you his face. We will laugh together." She ended the live for a moment and handed her phone to someone nearby. She adjusted her dress, checked her makeup, and smiled confidently. In her mind, everything was going exactly as she planned. She believed tonight would be the final proof that she was better than David. Outside the building, a convoy of cars slowly arrived at the entrance. Security men stood straight, opening doors as guests stepped out. Cameras flashed again as people whispered, wondering who had arrived. One of the cars stopped quietly, and after a few seconds, the door opened. David stepped out calmly. He didn't rush. He stood straight, adjusted himself, and took a deep breath. He walked toward the entrance without fear. Inside the hall, Tracy was still smiling, already imagining how she would point at David and laugh when she saw him. She had no idea that David had already arrived, and that the moment she was waiting for was about to turn against her in a way she never imagined. David stepped fully into the party hall. He walked slowly, calmly, not looking around like someone lost. His clothes were neat and well-fitted, simple but classy. The moment Tracy saw him from across the hall, her face lit up with wicked joy. She quickly picked up her phone again and went live. "Guys, guys," she laughed loudly. "Look who finally showed up." She pointed her phone straight at David. "See him, my foolish ex-boyfriend, David the poor roadside mechanic." People around turned to look. Tracy walked closer, laughing without shame. "David, what is this?" she mocked loudly. "Go and pull that rented suit you are wearing. Who are you trying to impress? Do you think wearing suit will change your destiny?" She laughed again. "Is this how you dress to beg rich people? You look like a village boy in borrowed clothes." David stood quietly. He didn't reply. He didn't look angry. He just stood there calmly. Tracy continued, enjoying herself. "Guys, can you imagine this man served me for 1 whole month just to attend this party? Washing my cars, cleaning my house, kneeling while I eat." She laughed loudly again. "Poverty is really wicked. See how it reduces people." Some guests began to look uncomfortable. A few whispered among themselves. David still said nothing. Then something strange happened. A well-dressed man walked past Tracy and stopped suddenly when he saw David. His eyes widened. "Sir David," he said with respect. He stretched out his hand immediately. "Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you here." Tracy froze. Before she could speak, another man rushed forward. "Sir David, good evening. We didn't know you had arrived already." Then another voice followed. "Welcome, sir." Another man bowed slightly. "Good evening, sir." People around started turning fully now. Whispers filled the hall. "Who is that? Why are they greeting him like that? Did they say sir?" Tracy's smile slowly disappeared. "What is going on? Why are you greeting him like that?" She laughed nervously. "This is just my ex. He's a poor mechanic." The men looked confused. "A mechanic?" one of them asked. "Madam, are you joking?" More people gathered around David, greeting him respectfully. "Welcome, sir." "Good to see you, sir." "We've been expecting you." David finally spoke softly. "Good evening," he said calmly. Tracy's heart started beating fast. Her hands were shaking now. She ended the live video quickly without saying anything. The laughter she had moments ago was gone. Fear slowly replaced it. Another man stepped forward quickly. He was well dressed, confident and clearly important. "Sir David," he said politely, "we were wondering when you would arrive. Everything has been prepared as instructed." Tracy's head started spinning. Prepared? Instructed? She laughed nervously and pointed at David. "Excuse me," she said loudly, trying to sound confident. "I think you people are mistaken. This man is not a sir. He is my ex-boyfriend. A poor roadside mechanic. He worked for me. He washed my cars. He knelt while I ate." The man frowned slightly. "Madam, with all due respect, you are mistaken." Another guest spoke. "This is Mr. David, the guest of honor." The words hit Tracy like a slap. "Guest of honor," she repeated slowly. Before anyone could explain anything further, the hall suddenly became quiet. Voices dropped, laughter stopped. Heads slowly turned toward the entrance as a group of security men walked in, clearing the way. Cameras shifted direction. Important guests adjusted their posture. Some even stood up. Behind the security men was the same powerful man Tracy had been proudly boasting about all month. The CEO of one of the biggest and most expensive car dealer companies in Africa. The moment he stepped into the hall, respect filled the air. His eyes moved calmly across the crowd until they landed on David. A respectful smile appeared on his face. "Sir," he said warmly as he walked forward, lowering his head slightly, "you're finally here." The hall went completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Tracy froze. Her smile disappeared instantly. Her heart started beating fast. The CEO stopped in front of David and spoke again with respect. "Boss, everything is set exactly as you instructed. We have been waiting for you." A loud gasp swept through the hall. Tracy staggered backward. "Waiting? For him?" she whispered. "No, this is not possible." She rushed forward, laughing nervously. "Sir, excuse me," she said quickly, pointing at David. "There must be a mistake. This man is my ex-boyfriend. He's a poor roadside mechanic. He worked for me. He washed my cars. He begged me to bring him here." The CEO slowly turned to look at Tracy. His face was calm but firm. "Madam," he said clearly, "there is no mistake." He turned back to the guests and raised his voice slightly so everyone could hear. "Ladies and gentlemen, I need to clarify something tonight." The hall became even quieter. "I am not the owner of this company you all admire," he continued. "Yes, I hold the position of CEO, but I work under instruction." He paused, then stepped aside respectfully and gestured toward David. "This man," he said slowly, "is my boss." The shock hit the room like thunder. People gasped loudly. Some covered their mouths. Others stared at David in disbelief. Tracy's legs began to shake. "No, this is a lie," she whispered. "This is a joke." David finally spoke, his voice calm, steady, and confident. "I never lied about working on cars," he said gently. "I only didn't tell you who I was." The CEO nodded. "Sir chose to live quietly," he added. "He built everything silently and placed people like me in front. Every major decision still comes from him." Whispers exploded across the hall. "The owner? The real boss? All this time?" David looked at Tracy. There was no anger in his eyes, only truth. "I wanted to see people as they truly are," he said softly. "How they treat others when they think money decides value." Tracy was speechless. The same man she mocked, the same man she humiliated online, the same man she forced to kneel, was the man everyone was bowing to. David said quietly, "That is why I endured everything." And Tracy knew in that moment, this was the end of her pride. David quietly walked outside the hall. He did not look back. He stepped away from the noise, the cameras, and the people. His convoy was already waiting outside. He stood there for a short moment, calm and steady. Tracy ran after him suddenly. Tears covered her face. Without caring who was watching, she dropped on her knees in front of him. "David, please," she cried. "Forgive me. Take me back. The devil used me. I was not myself. Please, I have changed. I promise. Let us start again." David looked down at her quietly. There was no anger in his eyes, only disappointment. "Tracy," he said softly, "it is too late." She shook her head in fear. "No, please, don't say that. I made a mistake." David shook his head slowly. "Don't blame the devil," he said. "What you did came from your heart." She cried louder. "I love you. I always loved you." David replied calmly, "You are begging today because you now know I am wealthy. Not because you are sorry, not because you love me." She froze. "I thought you had changed," he continued, "but the day I saw you at the mechanic workshop, I knew you would never change. The way you spoke to me showed me everything." Tracy tried to speak again, but he stopped her gently. "I don't need someone like you in my life," he said. "I deserve better." David turned away and walked toward his car. The door was opened for him. He entered without looking back. The convoy moved away. Tracy remained there, crying and broken, watching him leave. Tracy slowly walked back inside the hall. Her face was hard, her eyes red, her heart burning with anger and shame. The moment she stepped in, news reporters rushed toward her with microphones and cameras. "Madam Tracy," one of them asked quickly, "what just happened outside?" Another reporter pushed forward. "Is that really your ex-boyfriend? The man you thought was poor and wanted to humiliate today?" A third voice followed immediately. "Did you organize this party because of him? Was this all planned to mock him?" Tracy's anger exploded. "Enough," she shouted. "Mind your business. All of you should leave. This is none of your concern." The reporters tried to ask more questions, but she waved her hand angrily. "I said leave. Everybody go home. The party is over." Guests looked at one another in confusion. The music stopped. The lights felt too bright. People began picking up their bags and leaving quietly, whispering among themselves. Tracy stood alone in the middle of the hall, breathing heavily, her pride completely broken. The same party she planned to use to humiliate someone else had ended in her own disgrace. 1 week later, Tracy dressed up again and went to a big office building to sign what she believed was a huge life-changing contract. She was confident as she entered the office, holding her documents tightly. This contract would save her image, restore her status, and bring back respect. She believed once she signed it, everything that happened at the party would be forgotten. She was led into a clean, quiet office and asked to sit. Minutes passed, then a man came in and sat across from her. He flipped through the documents calmly and nodded. "Yes," he said, "everything here is correct." Tracy smiled with relief. "So when can we sign?" she asked quickly. The man looked up at her and said plainly, "Only one person can sign this contract." Tracy frowned. "Who?" He paused for a second, then said, "David." Tracy froze. "David?" she repeated. "My ex." The man nodded. "Yes, only his signature can approve this deal. Without it, there is no contract." Her heart started racing. "But can you sign on his behalf? You are part of the company, right?" The man shook his head firmly. "No, I don't have that authority. I cannot help you." Tracy leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Please, this contract means a lot to me. You don't understand." He stood up slowly and looked at her seriously. "Madam, if you know what is good for you, you should go and meet him yourself." She swallowed hard. "Meet him?" "Yes," he said calmly. "He is the only one who can decide your fate now, and from what I know, he is not happy." Tracy felt weak. The papers in her hand suddenly felt heavy. She nodded slowly, stood up, and walked out of the office in silence. For the first time in her life, Tracy understood something very painful. The same man she once looked down on. The same man she mocked and humiliated. The same man she thought was nothing, now held the pen that could decide her future, and she had no choice but to go and face him. As Tracy walked out of the office building toward her car, her head was full of thoughts. She had not gone far when two young ladies suddenly stepped in front of her. They looked at her from head to toe and laughed. "See her life now," one of them said loudly. "Madam Big Tracy, we all saw the video, we heard everything. Your ex embarrassed you in your own party." The second girl her head. "Honestly, I never liked you, and I will never like you. You were humiliating that man on your live stream, calling him poor and lazy. Now look at how the tables have turned." Tracy's face hardened. "Get out of my way," she snapped. But the first girl continued, "You were always telling girls to work hard, to hustle, to be independent. Meanwhile, you were sleeping with old men and sugar daddies to get to this level." "Shameless girl," Tracy exploded. "You foolish village girls. You people came from useless parents. Don't compare yourselves to me. I have more money than your fathers. Who cares about love or feelings? Move away before I disgrace both of you." People around began to look, and the two girls laughed and walked away, shaking their heads. "Enjoy your money," one of them said. "Pride goes before a fall." Tracy entered her car angrily and slammed the door shut. She sat there quietly for a long time, breathing heavily. The insults replayed in her head. The party, the humiliation, David's calm face, the contract. She whispered to herself, "I have to meet David tomorrow. I must. If I don't get this contract, my boss will fire me. I didn't work this hard to lose everything now. I have targets to meet. I cannot fail." The next day, Tracy dressed carefully and went straight to David's office. She was confident he would see her once he heard her name. She walked into the reception with pride and asked to see David immediately. The secretary politely asked her to wait and then led her inside an office. When Tracy entered, she froze. A young woman was sitting confidently behind the desk. She was calm, well-dressed, and peaceful. She looked up and smiled politely. "Good afternoon," she said. "My man traveled. All messages will pass through me. How may I help you?" Tracy's chest tightened. "Your man?" she repeated sharply. "Yes," the woman replied calmly. "David is my fiancé. He is not around at the moment. Anything you want to say, you can tell me." Tracy's face twisted with anger. "Madam, can you call him for me?" she snapped. "I'm not here to see you. I came to see David." The woman remained calm. "Madam, I already told you he traveled. He instructed that all matters should pass through me. So please tell me why you are here. How may I help you?" Tracy laughed bitterly. "Look at this one," she said. "You are too small for me to talk to. I don't discuss serious matters with people like you." The woman did not reply. She only watched Tracy quietly. Tracy picked up her bag angrily. "So David moved on so fast," she muttered. "He didn't even think twice. I thought he still loved me." She shook her head and laughed in anger. "He is very foolish. Who cares anyway?" She turned and walked out of the office angrily, slamming the door behind her. As she walked away, her heart felt heavy. Deep down, she knew the truth hurt more than she wanted to admit. David had moved on, and for the first time, Tracy realized she was no longer important in his life. She stepped outside, breathing hard, forcing herself to stay strong, but her pride was slowly crumbling. 1 week later, Tracy's deadline finally came. She tried everything she could, but she could not meet her target. The contract never came. The calls she made were not returned. The excuses finished. That morning, her boss called her into his office. She walked in with fear in her heart, but still tried to act confident. "Sit down," her boss said coldly. She sat. "I have waited long enough," he continued. "You failed to meet your target. You failed to deliver. You are fired." Tracy's world collapsed instantly. "Please, sir," she begged, "give me more time. Just one more chance. I promise I will fix everything." He shook his head. "No, it's too late." Tracy moved closer, lowering her voice, trying her old tricks. "Sir, you know I have always been loyal. You know I can make you happy. We can talk about this privately." He looked at her with disgust. "I am tired of you. I have someone else now." She froze. "Someone else?" "Yes," he replied coldly. "The same way I replaced others with you, I have replaced you with her. She is my new girl. And when I'm tired of her too, I will fire her as well. That is what women like you deserve." His words cut deep. "Now leave my office," he added, "and don't ever come back here." Tracy stood there shaking. "You are local," he continued harshly, "cheap and useless." She couldn't say another word. Tears filled her eyes as she picked up her bag and walked out slowly. As the door closed behind her, she realized something painful. The same way she used people. She had also been used, and for the first time in her life, Tracy felt truly alone. Tracy got home furious. Her heart was burning with hatred. She began pacing around the room, talking to herself. "This is all David's fault," she shouted. "He and that woman ruined my life. They made me lose my job. If not for them, I would still be on top." She clenched her fists tightly. Especially that useless fiancé of his. Who does she think she is, sitting in his office like a queen? She laughed bitterly. So David thinks he is happy now. He thinks he has moved on. He thinks he has won. Her eyes turned dark. "I hate them. I hate both of them." She sat down heavily on the couch, breathing fast. "If I can't have David," she whispered, "no woman will." She shook her head slowly. "I didn't suffer all this for nothing. She will not enjoy him. I will make sure of it. That woman is the reason everything collapsed. She must go down, one way or another." She picked up her phone and stared at the screen for a long time, then smiled coldly. Her decision was made. Whatever it would take, Tracy was ready to act. She contacted someone secretly and told him she wanted David and his fiancée punished. She promised to pay any amount of money. She even said she could relocate him to another country if he agreed. "Those people must pay," she said angrily. "They caused me to lose my job. I want their faces destroyed so they can never enjoy life." But the man she contacted became quiet. He remembered David. He remembered how David had helped him in the past when nobody cared. The man refused. Instead, he did the right thing. He reported Tracy. Messages were checked, calls were traced. Everything pointed back to her. Before Tracy could move forward with her evil plan, the police arrived and arrested her. As she sat in custody, Tracy finally understood the truth. The evil she planned for others returned to her. Pride destroyed her. Hatred finished her. David and his fiancée were protected. They continued their lives peacefully, thankful for kindness, patience, and integrity. And Tracy's story became a warning to everyone who heard it. Money without character is dangerous. Pride leads to destruction, and evil plans always turn against the planner.
The email arrived first, quiet and unassuming, buried among spam and promotional messages that usually meant nothing. NECA almost deleted it without opening, her thumb already hovering over the screen as she waited in the cramped bank hall, the hum of generators and murmured conversations blending into a dull background noise. It was only when she noticed the subject line, "Final confirmation of lottery claim," that something stirred uneasily in her chest. Her heart began to beat faster, not with excitement, but with disbelief sharpened by fear. She opened it once, read it twice, then a third time, slowly, as though the words might rearrange themselves into something more sensible. $60 million. Not Naira, not an error, not a joke. Her legs weakened, and she sat down heavily, clutching her phone as if it might vanish. Around her, life continued as normal. People complained about queues, security guards shouted instructions. But for NECA, the world had split into a before and an after she hadn't yet accepted. Her mind raced in directions she hadn't prepared for. 10 years of marriage replayed themselves in fragments. Late nights waiting for Victor to come home. The seasons when his business nearly collapsed. The quiet sacrifices she never announced. She remembered selling her jewelry to help him pay staff salaries, lying to friends about how tight things really were, stretching small money into meals that fed 3 mouths with dignity. This win was not just luck to her. It felt like reimbursement for endurance, a strange, overwhelming answer to prayers she had stopped praying out loud. Tears welled up, not dramatic, but heavy and uncontrollable. She wiped her face quickly, embarrassed by her own emotions, then laughed softly under her breath. God, she thought, what do I do with this? One thought rose clearly above the noise. Victor must be the first to know. Not by phone, not by message. This was not news you delivered casually. This was the kind of moment that demanded eye contact, shared breath, hands gripping each other in disbelief. She imagined his reaction, the way his eyebrows would rise, his voice falter, his hands reach for hers as he asked if she was serious. She imagined Zara jumping excitedly between them, unaware of numbers, but sensing joy. NECA folded the printed confirmation carefully into her bag, as though it were fragile, and stepped out of the bank into the harsh afternoon sun. She didn't know it yet, but this decision, to carry good news directly to her husband, was already walking her toward the most painful day of her life. NECA picked Zara up from school earlier than usual, her heart still racing with everything she had not yet said. The child came running out with her backpack, bouncing against her small shoulders, surprised but delighted to see her mother waiting by the gate. "Mummy, you're early," Zara said, climbing into the car and fastening her seatbelt with exaggerated seriousness. NECA smiled, reaching out to smooth her daughter's hair, studying her face with a tenderness that felt suddenly deeper, heavier. "I just wanted to spend the afternoon with you," she replied, keeping her voice steady. As she drove, Zara chatted endlessly about school, who had annoyed her, who had borrowed her pencil, what the teacher said, but NECA only half listened, her mind drifting between the future she imagined and the past she carried quietly. Traffic crawled, giving her too much time to think. She remembered when Victor used to call her his backbone, when he would hold her hand and swear he would never forget what they built together. She remembered the nights she stayed awake helping him draft proposals, the mornings she packed his lunch even when she herself was exhausted. This lottery win felt like something meant for both of them, a reward for survival, a chance to finally breathe without fear. She pictured walking into his office with Zara beside her, the two people who defined her life standing together as she said, "We are safe now." That image warmed her chest, steadying her nerves. When the tall glass building that housed Victor's office finally came into view, NECA felt a strange mix of excitement and urgency. She parked carefully, checked Zara's uniform, and held her hand firmly as they stepped inside. The lobby smelled of polished floors and air freshener, the kind of place meant to inspire confidence. NECA straightened her shoulders, lifting her chin slightly. This building had once intimidated her. Today, she walked in believing she carried something powerful. She didn't notice the subtle tension in her body, the faint warning whispering at the back of her mind. She only knew one thing clearly. She was about to change their lives forever. The receptionist looked up too quickly when she saw NECA approach, her polite smile stiff and rehearsed. "Good afternoon," NECA said calmly. "I'm here to see my husband, Victor." The woman hesitated for half a second too long, glancing toward the hallway that led to the private offices before clearing her throat. "He's in a meeting," she said. "You might want to wait." NECA frowned slightly, not in suspicion, but mild surprise. Victor had never restricted her access before. "It won't take long," she replied gently. "I'll just go in." She didn't wait for permission. She held Zara's hand and walked past, her heels clicking softly against the tile floor. The corridor felt oddly quiet, the kind of silence that made every small sound feel louder than it should. NECA's excitement dimmed, replaced by an unfamiliar tightness in her chest. As they walked, she noticed the absence of movement, the closed doors, the stillness. Zara skipped slightly beside her, unaware, humming to herself. When they reached Victor's office door, it was slightly ajar. NECA slowed instinctively, her heart beating harder now, not with joy, but confusion. Then she heard it, a woman's laugh. Low, intimate, too relaxed to belong to a professional meeting. NECA stopped mid-step. Before her mind could fully process it, another sound followed, soft, unmistakable, deeply wrong in that space. The world seemed to tilt. Her hand lifted automatically, fingers curling as if to push the door open and demand an explanation. She took one step forward and froze. Zara squeezed her hand gently, looking up at her with innocent curiosity. "Mummy," she whispered. In that moment, everything collided. Love, betrayal, instinct, restraint. NECA's raised hand trembled. and slowly fell back to her side. NECA stood in that corridor as though the building itself had turned into a courtroom, and she was the only witness. The door to Victor's office remained slightly open, not wide enough to reveal everything, but wide enough to make the imagination cruel. She heard the woman's laughter again, soft, pleased, too comfortable, and it hit NECA like a slap because it wasn't nervous laughter. It was not the laughter of someone unsure of her place. It was the laughter of someone who believed she belonged there, in that office, in that moment, in that man's life. NECA's throat tightened. Her heartbeat was loud in her ears, each thud sounding like a warning. The air felt thick, and the smell of polished hallway floors suddenly made her nauseous. She tried to breathe normally, but the breaths came shallow and sharp. Her mind demanded proof, demanded sight, demanded she fling that door open and stare the truth in the face. Yet her body hesitated, as if it already knew what her eyes would confirm and wanted to delay the final blow by a few seconds longer. Her fingers lifted again, trembling this time, hovering in the space between dignity and rage. She imagined herself bursting in, voice cutting through the room like a blade. "Victor, what is this?" She imagined the shock on his face, the scramble for excuses, the sudden scrambling of clothes, the clumsy attempts to make betrayal look like a misunderstanding. She imagined the satisfaction of watching guilt sweat from his forehead, imagined the receptionist hearing the commotion and knowing the truth she had tried to hide. In NECA's mind, the confrontation felt like justice, clean, immediate, deserved. She could already hear her own voice rising, could already taste the bitterness of the words she wanted to spit. For a moment, she almost convinced herself she would do it. After all, wasn't she his wife? Didn't she have the right? Didn't she arrive here carrying good news meant to uplift this family, only to be met by humiliation? The anger surged so hard it made her vision blur. Then the sounds shifted again, closer, softer, followed by a murmur that made NECA's stomach drop. It wasn't just the noise. It was the ease of it, the casualness, the disrespect hidden behind closed doors in the middle of a workday. NECA's heart broke in slow motion, each crack happening quietly, without spectacle. She swallowed hard, forcing her face to remain still, forcing her shoulders not to slump. She felt the weight of the lottery ticket in her bag like a secret that had suddenly become heavy, almost ridiculous. $60 million. A miracle. A rescue. And yet, standing outside that door, she felt poorer than she had ever felt in her life. Poor in trust, poor in peace, poor in the safety she believed marriage was supposed to provide. Her hand hovered once more near the handle, and for the briefest second, it looked like she would push. Zara's fingers tightened around NECA's hand, small, warm, trusting. The child didn't know what was happening. She only knew her mother had suddenly gone quiet in a way that felt strange. "Mummy, are we going in?" Zara asked softly, her voice carrying the innocent impatience of a child who expected to see her father and go home. NECA looked down and met her daughter's eyes, and that was the moment the anger stopped being the strongest thing in the room. In Zara's face, she saw everything she wanted to protect. The pure belief that her father was good, the simple confidence that family meant safety, the unshaken innocence that betrayal had not yet touched. NECA's raised hand trembled one last time, then slowly lowered, as though it had been pulled down by something heavier than rage, motherhood, responsibility, love. She realized, with sudden painful clarity, that if she barged in, she would not only expose Victor, she would expose Zara to a memory she could never unsee. A child doesn't forget what she witnesses in moments like that. A child carries it quietly into adulthood, and it shapes how she loves, how she trusts, how she fears. NECA could not allow that. She turned away, not dramatically, not loudly, just a silent pivot, like a door closing inside her chest. Zara blinked, surprised. "Mummy," she asked again. NECA squeezed her daughter's hand gently, forcing her voice to stay steady. "We're going," she said, simple and controlled. She walked down the hallway with her head high, even though it felt like her insides were collapsing with every step. She could sense the receptionist watching, could almost feel questions hanging in the air, But NECA did not look back. She did not want anyone to see the tears swelling in her eyes. She did not want to beg for anything, not answers, not apologies, not explanations. The elevator doors opened and swallowed them, and the quiet hum as it descended felt like the sound of something ending. In the lobby, Zara tried to keep up, trotting beside her, still confused but obedient. Outside, the sun was bright and ordinary, the kind of afternoon that should have been filled with laughter and celebration. NECA unlocked the car and helped Zara into the back seat, buckling her in with hands that shook slightly despite her effort to control them. Zara kept talking about her teacher, about a snack she wanted, about how Daddy would be happy to see them. But NECA's mind was elsewhere, trapped between what she heard and what she refused to see. She closed the car door and stood there for a moment, one hand resting on the roof, breathing as though she had been running. Her face remained calm, but her eyes were glassy. She slid into the driver's seat, and the moment she pulled the door shut, the silence inside the car felt like a cage. NECA started the engine, and the sound of it seemed too loud in the small space. She pulled out of the parking lot slowly, her hands gripping the steering wheel as if she needed it to keep from falling apart. She drove for less than a minute before the tears came, fast, hot, unstoppable. Her breath hitched, her shoulders shook. It felt as though her body had waited until she was safely hidden behind glass and doors before allowing the truth to break through. She cried with her mouth closed, trying not to make noise, but the sobs pushed through anyway, sharp and involuntary. She blinked hard to clear her vision, wiping her face with the back of her hand, but the tears kept coming, blurring the road ahead. The lottery ticket in her bag felt like an insult now, a bright gift sitting beside a fresh wound. From the back seat, Zara leaned forward slightly, her voice full of alarm. "Mummy." "Why are you crying?" she asked, the words small but urgent. NECA tried to answer, but her throat tightened, and her voice refused to cooperate. She shook her head, as if that could erase the moment, as if it could undo the sound she heard outside that office door. Zara's worry deepened. "Did Daddy shout at you?" she asked. "Did we do something bad?" NECA's heart clenched so tightly she thought it might tear. A child always assumes she is the reason adults are upset. That innocent self-blame is quick, automatic, and devastating. NECA swallowed hard and forced herself to speak, even though her voice cracked. "No, my love," she said, breathless. "You did nothing wrong. Nothing." She reached back blindly, stretching her hand toward Zara's knee, needing to touch her, needing to ground herself in something real. But Zara didn't understand. She asked again and again, "Why are you crying then? Is Daddy okay? Are we not seeing him?" Each question was another small stone dropped into NECA's already drowning chest. She kept driving, nodding at traffic, stopping at lights, breathing through waves of pain that came and went like tides. She tried to smile through tears, tried to make her voice gentle. "Sometimes Mummy just feels tired," she lied softly, because the truth was too heavy for her child hands. Zara watched her through the rear-view mirror with wide eyes, still confused, still searching for a simple explanation that could put everything back in order. NECA stared at the road ahead, crying quietly, realizing something that frightened her more than the betrayal itself. She could endure heartbreak, but she could not endure passing it into her daughter's life. And as the car rolled forward under the bright Lego sky, NECA understood she had just entered a season where she would have to be strong in a new way. Not loud strength, not dramatic strength, but the kind that looks like calm while your world is burning. By the time they reached home, NECA had wiped her face enough times to pass for calm, though the tightness in her chest refused to loosen. She helped Zara out of the car, listening as her daughter continued to talk about homework, about the cartoons she wanted to watch, about how Daddy would probably be happy to see them later. Each sentence felt like a quiet test of NECA's control. Inside the house, she moved with careful purpose, setting Zara up with snacks, turning on the television, nodding and smiling when appropriate. Yet inside her mind, the corridor outside Victor's office replayed itself relentlessly, every sound echoing with cruel clarity. She realized something unsettling then. Heartbreak was not always loud. Sometimes it sat politely in your chest while you folded laundry and asked your child about her day. Zara, however, was not satisfied with half answers. Children rarely are. She paused her cartoon and looked at NECA with the serious expression she wore when something felt wrong, but unnamed. "Mummy," she said slowly, "you're not tired like before." The observation startled NECA. She sat beside her daughter, smoothing her hair, buying time. "What do you mean?" she asked. Zara shrugged, struggling for words. "You're tired in your eyes," she said. "Did Daddy hurt you?" The question landed like a blow. NECA felt tears rise again, but she forced them back, pulling Zara into a gentle hug. "No," she said firmly. "Daddy didn't hurt me, and nobody is angry with you." She pressed her lips to Zara's forehead, wishing love alone could protect a child from truth. That night, after Zara finally fell asleep, NECA sat alone in the quiet living room, the house humming softly around her. The questions lingered in the air, unanswered, unresolved. She realized then that some explanations would have to wait, not because they didn't matter, but because timing mattered more. Zara deserved a childhood that wasn't shaped by adult failures. NECA promised herself, silently and fiercely, that whatever came next, her daughter would never be made to feel responsible for a pain she did not cause. In that resolve, something in NECA hardened, not into bitterness, but into clarity. Victor arrived late that evening, keys jingling as he stepped into the house with the easy confidence of a man who believed everything was as it should be. He greeted NECA cheerfully, loosening his tie, complaining lightly about traffic and deadlines as though the world had done him a mild inconvenience. NECA listened from the kitchen, stirring a pot she had already checked twice, her movements precise and unhurried. She answered when spoken to, nodded when appropriate, and even smiled when Victor cracked a joke about work stress. To anyone watching, it would have looked like an ordinary evening. To NECA, it felt like watching a stranger rehearse lines in a play she no longer belonged to. At the dinner table, Victor talked freely, unaware that every word revealed more than he intended. He spoke of meetings, of plans, of big opportunities ahead. He did not notice that NECA didn't ask questions, didn't tease him, didn't lean into his stories the way she used to. She focused instead on Zara, cutting her food, reminding her to drink water, listening attentively to her school stories. When Victor reached across the table casually, brushing NECA's hand as though claiming familiarity, she stiffened almost imperceptibly, then continued eating. The distance was subtle but absolute. Something had shifted, and Victor, comfortable in his assumptions, failed to sense it. That night, when Victor climbed into bed and reached for her, NECA turned slightly, citing exhaustion. He sighed, mildly annoyed, then rolled over and fell asleep quickly, his breathing evening out within minutes. NECA lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the room dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside. In that stillness, she understood something that terrified and steadied her at the same time. She no longer felt the urge to confront him, to fight, to cry at his feet. The love that once demanded explanation had gone quiet, and in its place was a calm resolve that told of the marriage, as she knew it, had already ended, without a single argument spoken aloud. Morning came with the usual routines, school uniforms, breakfast, packed lunches, but NECA moved through them differently now, as though she were already preparing to leave, without announcing it. As Victor rushed out the door, distracted and self-assured, NECA watched him go with an expression that held no anger, only assessment. She sat down afterward, pulling the lottery documents from her bag for the first time since the office visit. The numbers were still there, the confirmation still real. $60 million that could change everything. She stared at the papers for a long time, then folded them carefully and placed them somewhere Victor would never look. The decision formed slowly, but once it did, it felt unshakable. She would not tell him. Not now. Maybe not ever. It wasn't revenge. It was protection. NECA understood instinctively that money did not fix broken character. It only amplified it. She imagined Victor's reaction if he knew his entitlement, his sudden plans, his confidence that her fortune was automatically his. The thought made her chest tighten. This blessing was meant to secure her daughter's future, not reward betrayal. Silence, she realized, was not weakness. It was strategy. That evening, as she tucked Zara into bed, NECA felt the weight of the path she had chosen. It would require patience, restraint, and a strength she had never needed before. But for the first time since she heard those sounds outside Victor's office, she felt something close to control. She kissed Zara good night, lingered at the doorway, and whispered a promise into the quiet room, a promise her daughter would never hear, but would one day benefit from. Whatever came next, NECA would make sure of one thing. The future would be built on truth, even if the truth was never spoken aloud. 1 month passed, quiet and heavy, the kind of time that stretches without announcing itself. To Victor, nothing seemed wrong beyond a vague distance. He didn't bother to examine too closely. To NECA, that month was a season of watching how easily he lied about his schedule, how casually he took her presence for granted, how confidently he assumed forgiveness existed simply because she was still there. She waited deliberately, not to punish him, but to be sure of herself. When she finally spoke, it was on an ordinary evening, after Zara had fallen asleep and the house had settled into its familiar nighttime hush. NECA sat across from Victor at the dining table, her hands folded calmly in front of her. "I want a divorce," she said, her voice level and steady, as though she were stating the weather. The words hung in the air, stark and undeniable. Victor laughed at first, a short, confused sound that carried no humor. "What kind of joke is this?" he asked, waving his hand dismissively. When NECA didn't smile or soften her expression, his laughter died abruptly. Confusion crept into his face, followed quickly by irritation. "Did something happen?" he demanded. "Did someone talk to you? Is this about stress? Because if it is, we can fix it." He leaned forward, searching her face desperately for clues, anger, tears, accusation, anything that fit the story he was prepared to argue against. But NECA gave him nothing. "Nothing happened," she replied simply. That answer unsettled him more than rage would have. "Nothing," he echoed. "You don't end a marriage because nothing happened." He paced the room, running his hands through his hair, his voice rising with frustration. He spoke about responsibility, about Zara, about how marriages went through phases. He asked again and again, "What did I do? And what happened?" as though repeating the question might force the truth out of her. NECA listened quietly, unmoved. She did not accuse him. She did not defend herself. When he finally stopped, breathless and exasperated, she said only one thing: "I don't want to live like this anymore." That was all. Victor stared at her, stunned, realizing for the first time that he was not arguing with a woman seeking reassurance. He was facing a woman who had already decided to leave. In the days that followed, Victor became increasingly restless. He tried everything he knew. One day, he brought home gifts, flowers, Zara's favorite snacks, even a bracelet for NECA that he placed carefully on the table, as though it might magically restore what had been lost. Another day, he swung in the opposite direction, snapping at her over small things, accusing her of being unreasonable, dramatic, influenced. "You're acting like a stranger," he complained one evening. "You won't even fight. How am I supposed to fix this if you won't tell me what's wrong?" NECA responded with calm indifference, continuing her routines as though his agitation was background noise. The lack of reaction unsettled him deeply. He had always believed conflict meant engagement. Silence felt like abandonment. At night, he watched her from the bed, noticing details he had once ignored, the way she turned slightly away from him, the way she no longer reached for his hand in her sleep, the way her eyes seemed distant even when they were open. He accused her of planning something behind his back. "You're hiding something," he said sharply one night. NECA looked at him without blinking. "I'm protecting my peace," she replied. The words lingered long after she turned off the light. Victor lay awake, irritated and uneasy, sensing control slipping from his grasp, but unable to understand how or why. The house itself seemed to side with her. NECA moved through it quietly, efficiently, no longer asking Victor's opinion on small decisions, no longer waiting for his approval. She organized Zara's schoolwork, sorted documents, made calls he did not hear. Victor mistook her calm for hesitation, convincing himself that she would eventually soften, that this was a phase he could outlast. What he didn't realize was that NECA was not pausing. She was preparing. The discovery came by accident, the way truths often do when someone has stopped being careful. Victor had dropped his phone under the dining table and bent down to retrieve it, his hand brushing against something stiff and unfamiliar tucked behind one of the legs. Curious, he pulled it out and froze. A folder. Inside it were documents neatly arranged, pages he recognized instantly, divorce papers, already signed by NECA. His chest tightened violently as he flipped through them, disbelief giving way to dread. She hadn't been talking about divorce. She had been executing it. His name stared back at him in black ink, impersonal and final. For the first time, panic surged through him without restraint. As if the universe had decided to be merciless, the next blow came swiftly. A notification popped up on his phone, an alert regarding the house. Confused, Victor opened it, his eyes scanning the words slowly until they made sense. The property had been legally sold, processed cleanly and efficiently. He stood there in the middle of the dining room, documents trembling in his hands, his mind scrambling to understand how he had missed something so monumental. He confronted NECA immediately, his voice sharp with disbelief. "What is this?" he demanded, holding up the papers. "You sold the house?" NECA met his gaze calmly. "Yes," she said. Everything was done properly. There was no apology in her voice, no explanation offered. That night, Victor slept poorly, his confidence shattered. He told himself he would fix it, that she had gone too far, but not far enough to disappear. He convinced himself there was still time, still leverage, still control. 2 days later, he left for a short work trip, angry and unsettled, promising himself he would handle everything when he returned. He did not know that while he packed his suitcase, the final stage of NECA's plan was already complete. Victor returned from the work trip with a rehearsed speech in his head, one he planned to deliver with authority and finality. He imagined himself standing firm, demanding explanations, reasserting control over a situation that had spiraled too far without his consent. But the moment he unlocked the front door, something felt wrong. The house did not greet him with the usual lived-in warmth. There was no faint sound of a television in the background, no smell of food lingering in the air, no sign of movement anywhere. The silence was absolute. He stepped inside slowly, calling NECA's name out of habit, then Zara's. No answer came. His chest tightened, unease creeping in as he dropped his bag and walked further into the living room. It didn't take long for the truth to reveal itself. Zara's shoes were gone from their usual place near the door. The framed family photos that once lined the wall had been removed carefully, leaving behind pale outlines where they used to hang. NECA's personal items, the throw pillows she liked, the stack of books by the couch, even her favorite mug, were missing. Victor rushed down the hallway, opening doors one after the other. The bedroom closet was half empty. Zara's room was stripped of color, her drawings gone, her toys removed with a precision that felt deliberate, not rushed. Panic surged violently now, replacing frustration with something colder and more terrifying. This was not a temporary absence. This was an exit. He grabbed his phone, dialing NECA immediately. It rang, then stopped. No answer. He tried again, straight to voicemail. His hands shook as he sent messages, short at first, then longer, angrier, more desperate. "Where are you? We need to talk. This has gone too far." Nothing. No read receipts. No response. Victor sank onto the couch, staring at the empty space around him, realizing for the first time that the house he thought he owned was no longer his in any meaningful way. Whatever power he believed he still had was gone. NECA had not argued. She had disappeared. The next 24 hours unraveled Victor completely. He barely slept, pacing the empty house, checking his phone obsessively, as though staring at the screen long enough might summon a reply. He drove to Zara's school only to be told calmly that she had been withdrawn weeks earlier, all paperwork completed properly. That word, properly, echoed in his mind like a mockery. Every route he tried led to a dead end. NECA had not left chaos behind. She had left closure without access, and that frightened him more than open conflict ever could. His messages changed tone. Apologies replaced accusations. Please replace demands. He promised to talk, to listen, to fix whatever needed fixing. He even accused her of being cruel, hoping guilt might draw her out. Nothing worked. Each unanswered call deepened his understanding that this silence was intentional, not emotional. By the end of the second day, Victor found himself doing something he had not done in years. He reached out to people he had always kept at a polite distance. NECTN's family. The call to her older brother was awkward and strained. Victor tried to sound composed, but desperation leaked through his words. "I can't reach NECTN," he said. "I just need to know where my wife and daughter are." There was a pause on the other end of the line, heavy and measured. "We know," her brother replied calmly, "and we will speak with you, but not over the phone." The message was clear. Victor was no longer in control of the conversation. He agreed immediately, clinging to the hope that this meeting would restore order, unaware that it would instead dismantle the last illusion he had about himself. The meeting took place in NECTN's family home, a space that had once welcomed Victor warmly, but now felt distant and formal. He sat stiffly on the edge of the couch, hands clasped together, eyes darting from face to face. NECTN was not there. Neither was Zara. The absence spoke louder than any accusation. Her parents sat opposite him, composed but resolute, while her siblings stood nearby, arms folded, expressions unreadable. Victor cleared his throat. "I just want to talk to my wife," he said. "I don't understand what's happening." NECTN's mother spoke first, her voice steady but heavy with disappointment. "You understand more than you think," she said. Victor shook his head quickly. "No," he insisted. "She never said anything. She just asked for a divorce. I asked why. She said nothing happened." There was a quiet exchange of glances between them, the kind that happens when people agree without speaking. Then her brother leaned forward slightly. "She didn't say nothing happened," he corrected gently. "She said she wouldn't explain." Victor frowned, irritation creeping back in. "Explain what?" he demanded. "What did I do?" The room went still. When the truth came, it came without shouting, without insults, without exaggeration. They told him about the day NECTN came to his office with Zara, about the sound she heard, about how she lifted her hand to open the door and stopped because her daughter was holding it. With every sentence, Victor's face drained of color. His mouth opened, then closed. No denial came. No defense followed. The weight of it crashed into him all at once. His betrayal laid bare not by his wife, but by the people who had once trusted him as family. His knees weakened. The room spun. And then everything went dark. Victor came to slowly, the world returning in fragments, muted voices, the cool hardness of the tiled floor beneath him, the sharp ache behind his eyes. He lay there for a moment, longer than necessary, hoping this was a dream he could wake up from fully, hoping the weight in his chest would lift. It didn't. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw NECTN's family standing where they had been before, their faces calm but unyielding. No one rushed to help him up. No one apologized for the truth that had knocked him unconscious. NECTN's brother offered him a glass of water, placing it beside him without ceremony. "Sit up," he said quietly. Victor obeyed, his movements slow and clumsy, his pride stripped bare. His mind replayed their words again and again, the office, the laughter, the sounds, the hand that almost opened the door, the child who stopped it. The picture was complete now, and there was nowhere left to hide. When he found his voice, it came out hoarse. She didn't say anything," he muttered, more to himself than to them. "She didn't accuse me. She didn't fight." NECTN's mother nodded once. "Because she didn't come to argue," she replied. "She came to confirm what she already knew." Victor's hands shook as the meaning settled in. All the silence, all the calm, all the distance. It wasn't confusion or weakness. It was certainty. For the first time since NECTN asked for a divorce, Victor understood that she had not acted out of anger. She had acted out of clarity, and clarity left no room for negotiation. The realization cut deeper than any shouted confrontation ever could. They told him then what he had not yet been ready to hear, that NECTN had planned her exit carefully, legally, and with their daughter's emotional safety at the center of every decision. She did not want revenge. She wanted peace. She wanted Zara to grow without witnessing disgrace, without carrying memories that would poison her understanding of love. Victor listened in stunned silence, the weight of his own actions pressing down on him with relentless force. This was not a punishment imposed on him by others. This was the natural consequence of choices he had made comfortably, carelessly, believing they would never fully catch up to him. Now they had. When Victor finally stood, his legs felt weak, as though they no longer trusted him to carry his own weight. He thanked them quietly for telling him the truth, though the words felt inadequate even as he said them. He left NECTN's family home with his shoulders slumped, no longer pretending to be wronged or misunderstood. The drive back to the empty house was long and silent, every familiar street now feeling foreign. Once inside, the stillness overwhelmed him. There was no one to impress, no one to deceive, no one to argue with. Only himself. He sank onto the couch, burying his face in his hands, and for the first time in years, Victor cried, not the performative tears meant to soften consequences, but the raw, helpless kind that came from finally seeing oneself clearly. The days that followed were a blur of regret and realization. He replayed moments he had dismissed, the way NECTN's eyes no longer searched his face, the way she stopped asking where he was going, the way she listened without reacting. He understood now that those were not signs of indifference. They were signs of detachment. She had grieved the marriage while he was still enjoying it. That knowledge hollowed him out. He tried once more to reach her through her family, not to argue, not to demand, but simply to apologize. The message was passed on. The response came back measured and final. NECTN had heard everything she needed to hear long before he found the courage to speak. Victor's collapse was not public. There were no dramatic scenes, no audience. It happened quietly, in the solitude he had earned. He went to work and came home to silence. He slept on one side of the bed, waking instinctively to reach for someone who was no longer there. Every empty space in the house reminded him that consequences did not always announce themselves loudly. Sometimes they simply stayed. Reality settled in slowly, like dust after a storm. Victor began to understand that this was permanent, that there would be no sudden reconciliation, no tearful reunion, no second chance disguised as mercy. NECTN had not left to teach him a lesson. She had left to protect herself and her child. That truth forced him to confront the kind of man he had been, one who assumed forgiveness was automatic, one who believed discretion excused betrayal, one who thought silence meant safety. He realized too late that trust, once broken in front of a child, even without her seeing it, could never be restored the same way. Through her family, Victor was informed of the final boundaries NECTN had set. They were clear, unemotional, and firm. Communication about Zara would happen only through agreed channels. There would be no surprise visits, no emotional bargaining, no attempts to rewrite the past. NECTN was not interested in punishment. She was interested in stability. Victor listened, nodding slowly, absorbing the limits placed before him like a sentence. He had no grounds to appeal. He wanted to argue. He wanted to plead. But he knew now that none of that would change anything. That night, alone in the house he no longer owned in any meaningful sense, Victor lay awake and stared into the darkness. The man he had been, the confident husband, the careless lover, the one who thought consequences were for other people, felt distant and unfamiliar. In his place was someone stripped down to regret and memory. There was no one left to blame, no misunderstanding to clarify, only the truth, standing tall and unmovable. And for the first time since this began, Victor did not ask why. He finally understood. The arrangement was communicated to Victor without cruelty, but without softness either. It came through NECTN's family, written clearly, so there would be no room for interpretation. He would be allowed to speak to Zara only through scheduled video calls, supervised and structured, meant to preserve the child's emotional stability rather than his comfort. There would be no physical visits, no unscheduled calls, no attempts to bypass boundaries. And this would remain in place until Zara turned 18, when she would be old enough to decide, on her own terms, what kind of relationship she wanted with her father. Victor read the message more than once, each time feeling a different layer of loss sink in. This was not banishment. This was something more precise. He was not being erased. He was being limited to what he could be trusted with. The first video call happened weeks later. Victor sat stiffly in front of his laptop, his shirt carefully pressed, his hair neatly combed, as though presentation might compensate for distance. When Zara's face appeared on the screen, his chest tightened painfully. She smiled shyly, older somehow, steadier than he remembered. "Daddy," she said, her voice bright with the innocence he had almost shattered. Victor smiled back, forcing his emotions into a shape that wouldn't frighten her. They talked about school, about her favorite subjects, about the new room she liked. He laughed when she laughed, nodded when she spoke, swallowing the ache that rose every time the screen reminded him that this was the only way he would see her grow. When the call ended, the silence that followed was heavier than any argument they had ever had. Over time, the calls became routine. Birthdays celebrated through screens. Achievements acknowledged from a distance. Victor watched his daughter change, her voice deepening slightly, her opinions sharpening, her confidence growing. Each call was both a gift and a punishment. He was present enough to feel pride, but distant enough to feel the weight of what he had lost. And in that limitation, he learned something he had never learned before. Access to someone's life is not a right. It is a privilege earned through consistency, respect, and trust. A privilege he had once held effortlessly and lost through carelessness. Years passed quietly, the way healing often does. NECA built a life that was calm, deliberate, and anchored in safety. She chose privacy over noise, structure over drama, peace over proving a point. Zara grew up in a home where laughter was not forced and silence was not heavy. The lottery money was handled wisely, invisibly, doing what money should do when used well, creating options, not chaos. NECA did not speak often about the past. She did not need to. Her life spoke for her. Stability had become her language. Sometimes late at night, she would think back to that day, the bank hall, the printed confirmation, the office corridor, the sounds that froze her in place. She understood now that the lottery had not saved her. It had simply arrived at the same time as a truth she could no longer ignore. What saved her was the moment she lowered her hand from that office door. The moment she chose her daughter's innocence over confrontation. The moment she decided that dignity did not need witnesses to be valid. Those choices, quiet and unseen, had shaped everything that followed. On the eve of Zara's 18th birthday, NECA watched her daughter sleep and felt a deep, steady gratitude. Whatever decision Zara would make about her father would be hers alone, untainted by pressure, unshaped by bitterness. And as NECA turned off the light and closed the door gently, she smiled to herself, finally understanding the truth she had lived out over the years. Winning $60 million changed her circumstances. But walking away changed her life. Please like and subscribe. Your support means the world to us. Thank you for watching to the end. Don't forget to come back for the next amazing tale yet.
Jesus, pathway soft and slow, lead us where the peace our souls remain, freed from sorrow, freed from pain. Jesus crossing soft and slow, lead us where the stillness flows. In the hush both faint and mild, heal the soul of every child. Not through thunder, not through flame, do we whisper out your name, but through silence pure and near, you remind that you are here. Every spark the twilight sends meets your mercy as it bends through the calm and through the stay. You renew the hearts that pray. Gentle Christ of muted glow, walk with us where shadows go. Through the hush and through the hue flows the peace that comes from you. When the quiet dark draws near, still your presence calms our fear. Through the hush and through the stay, Jesus crossing soft and slow, lead us where the stillness flows. In your peace our soul shall be, held in love eternally. into